very appropriate elevator music when you really think about it. This is like hold music. I just hold and wait for you guys. Wait for YouTube to do its thing. You know, like that thing where it actually shows me chat. There, hi. There we go. Oh, I swear to God, these tools. Hi, how's it going? How is everybody? How you doing? How you doing? Yeah, I know, surprise stream. I gotta keep you guys on your toes. Gotta keep you guessing. Gotta keep you wondering, why doesn't she have a schedule? As if I could abide by... You know how they say the shades abide by no reason? I abide by no schedule. That's just how it goes. Yeah, so... It's already buffering a lot? Really? Oh my god, okay. Alright, I guess we're gonna spend the first couple minutes troubleshooting because I'm not gonna deal with this for the entire... Oh yeah, look at that. 53 kilobits per second. That's lovely. Love that. Alright, give me a second. Let's see what we got here. Wow. Alright, let's try this one. And... Let's see if that makes a difference. Hold on. I don't see a difference. Oh, that's a little bit of a difference. Wow, that is all over the place. Okay, hold on. Sorry for the delay. I want to make sure that we're not going to have this problem like going forward, so I'd like to take just a little bit of time and try to fix things now. And so we have to deal with this later. Jesus, okay. Why is it dropping so many frames? Huh. Alright. Well, this is annoying. We are going to... do this thing. Alright, let's try that. Is that a decrease? A decrease in... Oh, dear lord, that went up. Why is it going up? Why is my kilobits per second going up? Okay. Alright. Does anyone have good... Anyone have like a good understanding of OBS? One frame per event, yeah, it seems that way. Yeah, man, I don't know. I might have to pass today if it's not gonna fix itself here. Oh dear. 3 or 4 times a minute is way too many. Is this simply a Wi-Fi and the sticks issue? I don't know. I don't usually have this issue. I don't usually have this problem. Like, my ping is good, so my Wi-Fi is okay. It seems like OBS just is having an issue with me. That seems more like what it is. Frames don't matter. Audio cutting out is the most important thing to fix. Yeah, I know, but I can't really hear what you guys hear. Ultra low latency is good for streaming. I had that. Oh. Oh, I hit green. What happened there? Oh, I think it's getting better. I think it's getting better. Okay. Let's run with this for a little bit. This might be slightly lower quality than usual. But if you can hear me okay, that's kind of what I care about. Yeah. I don't know if there's anything I can do about the low frames, guys. I really don't. Maybe YouTube is the problem. I don't know. I mean, I'm in the green now, so that's nice. I'm dropping about 20% less frames. That's okay. The game is like 10 frames per second. All right. That's a little unfortunate. Let's hold on. Oh no, it doesn't like that. Okay. Does not like that. Ugh. Ugh! Technology! Okay, that might just be worse. I can usually hit 8,000 kilobits per second, but it seems like that's not gonna happen. So we're gonna go back to the setting that was actually kind of working. And see if we can go from there. All right. Jesus. Okay. Let's just do a little test. I'm gonna run around for a little bit and see if things are okay. And then you guys can tell me, and then we'll start something. I gotta figure out what the hell YouTube's deal is. Cause like, as you can see, I have a 60 ping. I don't have like a problem necessarily with the Wi-Fi speed. Is it worse? Okay, hold on. We'll go back here and go back here. Lower it some more. 7 minutes of troubleshooting. I've done nothing productive. This is great. Fantastic. What a show. Okay. I reset the settings one more time. Let's see if that's effective. I'll wait for you guys to catch up with me because I know you're going to be like 10, 20 seconds-ish behind. So we'll see. The game is a bit... The visuals are going to be laggy. The visuals are just going to be... That's just the way it is. I can't do anything about it. I really can't. I don't know if it's because Hurricane Melissa is hitting a cold front coming from Canada in this area-ish, and it's messing with my Wi-Fi a little. Or if it's just YouTube and OBS being ridiculous. It could be either. I really don't know. I keep my window bar in the middle, yeah. Is it definitely more than 10 to 20 seconds? I don't know. You don't know how that's happening? I wonder if that's because I've started and stopped so many times. Like, I kept resetting the bitrate. Okay, why don't I stop stream, restart stream, and I'll meet you guys somewhere else and see if you can all catch up with me. Does that sound okay? See if that's a little better? Or you guys just want to keep going with this? No? Okay. Everyone says keep going. I'm gonna keep going. Screw you, Jibby. No, I think it'll catch up. I think it'll catch up. I think it's just a little, you know. Isn't Melissa in the Caribbean? Yeah, but the way weather patterns work is like, I've got a serious cold front coming in from the north, and then there's pressure systems coming from the south that are the result of Melissa. So it's not like I'm gonna get hit by the rain from Melissa today. or like even tomorrow. It'll probably be like a few days from now. But like it pushes the it's screwy. It makes for screwy weather patterns and reception and things. I'm waving my arms around and you can't see it, so like this is very ineffective. Very ineffective. Anyway, hi. I've been playing through quests and looking through notes and reviewing old stuff and doing some polls and crunching data, I guess. By crunching data, I don't mean like analytics data. I just mean like doing my own math in regards to how to proceed, like what I got time for and that kind of stuff. So I guess I have a lot of scattered thoughts about stuff. I have a lot of scattered thoughts about stuff, but I've run into a bit of an odd problem, which some of you may have noticed, but because of the way Hoyo and Genchin have decided to change their delivery of information, both the speed and methodology for it, like, I'm in a bit of an odd place where, like, there's a lot to talk about, but I don't have a lot to say about any one thing. I might die. Oh, okay, maybe not. I don't... Okay. So I guess, like, I haven't done most of the easy breezy resort. I did like the bare minimum to get the limited time rewards, but I was so busy at the time before nod-krai came out that I didn't finish. So that's why we're here and not in nod-krai, because I've actually done more exploring and completion in nod-krai than I have here. So that's why I'm here. Anyway, so like I've got like a little bit to say about a lot of things, but nothing that's worth making a whole video for. I wasn't paying attention to what this thing said, so I don't think I want to do this right now. I feel like this is going to take brain juice, and my brain only has enough juice to be squeezed for one thing at a time. So, you know. Pigeon SW, I just want to ask, I heard some people say that you'll no longer make lore videos on Zenless Zone Zero. Is that true? Yeah. Yeah. That's true. That's true. I have one video probably left in my tank on that, and then I'm gonna basically wash my hands of the game. I've talked about this a little bit when it comes to Zenless. By the way, I see you, Gal. I'll come back to you in a second. I've talked a little bit about this when it comes to Zenless, but this is okay. This actually relates to Genchin 2, but in a different way. This relates to Genchin 2 in a different way. Hoyo has a real problem with commitment. And how do I explain this? When I say that, I mean like they keep changing their idea on who their audience is and who they want to appeal to, and I understand why. Like, at the end of the day, they're a company, they want to make money, and so they're going to appeal to the demographic that's going to deliver them the most cash. You're right? Like, that's who they're going to prioritize. And for me, when it comes to Zenless, the original release of the game was perfectly catered to me. Like, I was the target audience, or I was at least part of the target audience. But they have since sort of pursued a different demographic, and they're doing better financially as a result of it. But the consequence has been that I am no longer the target demographic for the game. So I'm just not having fun with it. I don't really like where it's gone. So I don't want to continue it. 'Cause I feel like if you're not having fun with something and you're not enjoying something, you just shouldn't do it. You shouldn't play it. Like, it's a game, it's supposed to be fun. Like, I know technically this is work for me, but like also it's a game. And it is supposed to be fun. So that's why I've stopped doing Zenless stuff. Even though technically it is now more popular than it was when I was doing Zenless stuff. But yeah, so if you follow me only for Zenless content, you're welcome to unsubscribe, you know, because like I won't be able to deliver much. Where is my controls for this again? Oh, that's right. Okay. I forgot what the controller controls for this were because I've been doing so much mobile gaming on my exploration stuff. Because oftentimes I'll like have the phone open with the game while I do writing or when I'm looking stuff up and stuff. So like I tend to know my mobile controls a little bit better these days. Especially when it comes to the Ashas. So yeah, so that's basically where I'm at with Zenless Zone Zero. So like, yeah, don't expect me to be making more content for that game. I don't know what the future holds. I don't know if they'll change things after 2.0. We'll see, but like right now I'm just not invested. So yeah. Well, there's gonna be a lot of questions here. Hold on, I got 2 questions to answer first. I see, that's fair. Do you mean in terms of story direction or overall, how the game presents itself now, character designs, etc.? Also, I was here for Genchin. It's just what I've been burned out for a bit. Yeah, that's totally understandable. I regularly go on Genchin burnouts. Don't feel like you had to explain yourself to me. I understand. Pacing yourself is very important, especially when you're in a live service game and they demand so much time and attention. It's both for me. I thought the 2.0 release story was so atrocious in both its writing and presentation that I just could not bring myself to... It was such a struggle to play it. Like, it really was. It was hard. It was so hard. And I know that the writing's gotten better since then. I know that Spook Shack's been pretty well received. I know people have really enjoyed it. And that is what it is, you know. It's just that... it's one of those games that I feel like was carried by its presentation as well as its writing. And so, like, when they changed the presentation and didn't provide a adequate replacement by my standards, like in my view, they don't have an adequate replacement for what they've removed and the changes that they've made. So because of that, I feel like it's just like a losing combo. You know what I mean? So, that's not to say that the 2.1, 2, and 3 stories weren't good or anything. It's just like, for me, it's not enough to warrant playing. I open the game and I don't want to play it. You know, like I open the game and I'm just like, ugh, do I have to do this? You know what I mean? That's not a good place to be in for a game. It's just not. So even if I found myself enjoying the story to a degree, it's just kind of like not clicking with me. Do you see? It's not a question of like good or bad. I'm just no longer the target demographic. That's what it is. Star Rail's kind of in an interesting position where, like, to me, it's always sort of been a visual novel movie, and then there's not really any gameplay, because at this point, I can just hyper invest into one team and spend 3 minutes a day farming stamina and auto battle literally everything in the game. So like I don't have to think about it. So like for that I can be like, yeah, I can play this for just the story because the game is just non-existent as far as I'm concerned. So, you know, there's that. I know 2.2 and 2.3 stories were really good. I've heard people say really good things about them. Like, I've looked at the trailers, I've watched them. Like, it does seem like the writers kind of found their stride again, but like, as a game, it doesn't work for me anymore. You know what I mean? Like, this is the kind of game that at this point, I would just like watch someone else play. I just feel like it's very disingenuous for me to be like, I'm going to watch somebody else play and then I'm going to make content. Like, I'm not going to do that, you know? I'm not going to do that. so yeah, that's kind of that. I do want to talk more about like the actual mechanics of that and like some decisions that Hoyo's made and like some patterns that I see, because it does apply to Genchin in some respects. I've been noticing some stuff that they do here too that very much. What am I doing? I didn't read the thing. What am I doing? Oh, hilichurl targets destroyed. Oh. I guess this might not work very well. I guess I could go get an Asha. I don't have one. Okay. Well. This is a very long challenge. Can Seat Lolly even reach this one? Nope. I missed. It's fine. I'll just change characters. So there's a bow. I don't think she can reach it. Okay, Mel, if we could just hit them, like automatically, will it target them? It won't. So I could just do this. I can cheat! I can cheat! Why use a bow when you can fly? Oh boy. Do not play games the way the developers intended. That's silly. It's very silly. I can just do that. Look, no bow required. Catalysts only. What do you think this is, Mondstadt? Alright, sorry. Did I see the new HSR trailer? Yeah, I did. I did. I saw it. We can talk about that in a minute, but people asked me questions, and I need to go back and answer those before I swap order here. It's only fair. I'll mention the HSR trailer. It's something. Okay, I have one comment on the HSR trailer before I go back and talk about the other stuff. I am very glad that that trailer implies that they're not doing an oops, all destruction kind of thing. You know what I mean? Because, like, the last time they released a Myriad Celestia and they were just kind of, I don't know, it just felt like everything was going to be destruction. Every planet we go to, a Stellaron. Everything we go with, Lord Ravager. Every Eon we deal with, you know, it just felt like that's kind of what it was going to be. And now it's kind of like, oh, well, destruction is just kind of like the best possible ending path. So that's the path we should follow. But it seems like they are intending to twist that up a little bit, so that's nice. I like that. Okay, anyway, we'll talk about the contents of that a little bit later, but, Gel! Congratulations on being a member for 39 months. You certainly don't have problems with commitment. Not the way I do. Or Hoyo does, really. I don't know what they're afraid of. What are they afraid of? What are the Monatu afraid of? What's he scared of? What's the matter, little buddy? I don't get it. Is there something up here? No. So is he just, he's just scared. He's just shivering. Yeah, sorry. Thoughts on the Vinster King madness and obsession? I mean, I feel like the Vinster King is might not be the might not actually be Ermin. Here's a crack theory for you, actually. Here's a crack theory for you. I can't support this with anything. Cook it in its pot? Oh, okay, I guess we could do that. Oh, no, I just had to defeat all the hilichurls. He was afraid of something that was not what I thought it was. Okay. So you know how the Abyss is like this mirrored thing, like entity? Like it's an entity that just likes to mirror things. Like when we were fighting Gosoithoth in the big final, you know, climactic battle in Natlan, you know how it was like mimicking all of the voices of the Archons from the past to kind of taunt Malwika into succumbing to despair and whatever? I was thinking about that, and I'm just like, well, the Abyss is like a big old mirror. In a lot of, like, it doesn't have an identity of its own. It just borrows, you know, voices and shapes and everything else from everyone else. So I was like, well, what happens if, like, King Ermin at one point became so infected with abyssal corrosion that he eventually got literally replaced by the Abyss, and it just kind of started to emphasize all of his negative traits and make him even more and more and more extreme. Because that seems plausible to me. Along those same tokens, I was wondering if the voice that Vedderfulnir has been listening to in his head, I was wondering if, like, that might have been screwing with his prophecies to some degree. And if that was just the voice of the Abyss mimicking his voice or any other voice, really, that could have convinced him to do whatever. Because it feels like that would be a really good reason for his, like, super strange smile when Rerir asked him why he was hearing voices in his head. He might have kind of realized what was going on at that point. And it's very possible that the Abyss could have also had a voice in Ermin's head for a long time before, like, taking him over. Like, that's also a possibility, you know? So I like that idea. That seems fun. It also makes me wonder if the same thing can be said for the Crystal in the Chasm, if that's not actually Vedderfulnir's body, but just the Abyss borrowing his voice. You know? Because that would be really cool. It's also worth noting that Ermin got worse after the Abyss twin showed up. Right? And we know from the Xbox wings, if you guys remember what's in those, we know from the Xbox wings that the Abyss twin, Ermin took the Abyss twin down into the very deepest depths in Conria, down into the darkest depths of the Abyss that you could get to from there. Because they can absorb infinite amounts of the Abyss, right? So, for all we know, that could have been when the replacement happened, right? It could be that, you know, it's the twins' fault that Conria went down. Like, their presence maybe exacerbated the presence of the Abyss. Who knows? I just think it's really important to remember that when the Abyss is involved, things aren't always what they seem to be. That's all. I think the more interesting thing for me in all of that was learning that Ermin's full name really was Irminsul. So it wasn't a mistake when the English localization translated his name, or the name of the world tree, to Irminsul instead of the world tree. Because, like, in Chinese, I think it's just called, like, world tree. You know? I haven't checked the Chinese text for this quest, though, so it could be that they didn't do that. But we'll see. We'll see. What came first, Irminsul the tree or Irminsul the king? Okay, so, I I don't know how many of you watched or remember a theory I did a while back about the looms of fate and how I was making the argument that there were multiple looms of fate, or at least multiple attempts at a loom of fate throughout all sorts of different places throughout history. Like, you can find one in Remuria, you can find one in the desert, you know, and obviously Kari Bear was turned into one. So if we look at it that way, it's possible that, okay, so when Kari Bear was made into the Loom of Fate, right? Like, he was a soul or a person that sort of like served as the core or the scaffolding of the whole framework, right? So so if Ermin is Irminsul, then I wonder if Ermin was potentially used like Kari Bear as the scaffolding at some point. Alternatively, we could go for the more boring answer to that and just say that perhaps the kings of Conria were just named after the Great World Tree. And that, you know, he's from an Irminsul bloodline because that is the royal bloodline family thing. Like, they just take the title of the tree. Like, that is a possibility too. It's a less fun possibility, but it is a possibility, so it shouldn't be discounted. But Irminsul supposedly existed long before that. Yes and no. Yes and no. Consider the possibility that time in Conria is not the same as time in Teyvat. It's very possible that that's, you know, just not a thing. Because remember, like, if Arlecchino is the last member of the royal family of the Crimson Moon Dynasty, like, you would assume that the Crimson Moon Dynasty's royal family would be the first ones to be executed. Right? Considering, like, that's what the Eclipse Dynasty was doing. They were executing everyone from the Crimson Moon Dynasty. Just like a whole rabbit hole we can go into, but maybe not today. But, like, you would assume that the royal family would be, like, the entire thing, right? But instead, like, as a child, she ended up in modern-day Teyvat, even though all of that kind of stuff should have happened over 500 years ago. So, like, you have to assume that something happened to create a sort of discrepancy in the time, you know? Either there's time travel involved, or you've got two different speeds of time in two different places, right? Like, you've got something going on like that. So you have to take that, you don't have to make that assumption, but you have to take it into consideration that that's a potential, you know, factor. So when we say, oh, Irminsul's existed for forever, well, maybe. By Teyvat's standards, it has. Maybe. But by Conria's standards, maybe not. You know? Maybe you take... Maybe, okay, you guys remember the book Before Sun and Moon, how, like, there's the parable of the tree and you can plant a tree 500 years in the past? Does that sound familiar? And this is also a tree that, like, completely retcons history, canonically, right? So it's difficult to be like, yeah, but it's been here for forever. How do we know that for sure? We didn't go back in time to see it. It's possible that we've been duped. We've been duped by the retcon tree. It retconned itself into existence. It's very possible. It's very possible. Anyway. Also, here's the other thing. Whenever we see time, usually there's a heavy emphasis on space. Not just, like, in the title of Space and Time for You or whatever, but, like, time tunnels into that do not traverse you through time. They traverse you through space. And we know that Asmodee, like, cubes space... I'm using my hands as if you guys can see my hands, and this helps my explanation. It doesn't. I'm moving the hands anyway. But, like, if Asmodee can just cube space, and they were, like, going to all these different spaces, to try and find her. Like, it's very possible that she has, like, different, almost entire causalities or worlds inside of her little space cubes. It's very possible. So, like, for all we know, Conria could have been put into one of those space cubes, and, like, they just, like, traversed the space between, and that placed them at a different time, because time and space are interconnected. You know what I mean? Maybe that's overthinking things, maybe that makes things too complicated, but I do think it's a factor that we should consider. Anyway, that was a long, long, long thingy. I went off on a long thing. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Fencer Dario, thank you for the super. Don't mind me, I'm just over here not learning from Capitano by obsessing over the recent Rear drip marketing. Yeah, I don't think he's gonna be playable. And if so, not for a long ass time. I know that was like a really huge reaction. Here's the thing. For one, it didn't give you an element or a weapon or constellation or anything. So they gave you no information about, you know, what part of him would be playable if he was playable. But also, after he was yeeted into space, I realized, you know, we've got 2 sinners in space, right? Like, just chilling in deep space. And it got me thinking that if Rhine-Daughter is also kind of like existing in a separate external space, since, you know, she's kind of half shade now, there's only like 2 sinners who we don't know the whereabouts of. And like Vetterflnir says that he's waiting for us at the end of time, or at least the voice that claims to be Vetterflnir does, because that's very possible that it's just the Abyss and not him at all, like I said earlier. But I digress. The point is, there's only 2 sinners who should like be inside of Tevat right now. So I'm wondering if like the goal for the next however long is to just kind of throw sinners out into space until they all just kind of like come back in some way, and then we have to fight them all or deal with them all at once. Because we're obviously not done with Revier, but I also don't think he's gonna immediately come back like in the next couple patches, you know? So there's that. So I think this is just kind of like boss strip, if you will. So if he does become playable, it'll be quite a long ways in the future. I'm not even sure if I really want him to be playable, to be honest with you. I really don't. But I know a lot of people do. So I'll just leave my opinion where it is. Take it for what it's worth. Can a man be a moon maiden? I mean, no, you'd be a man in the moon then, wouldn't he? Thoughts on what happened to Thalindus? We'll get to her. We'll get to her eventually. Carrie687, thank you for the super. What do you think the iridescent moon's OG power was? I think all the moons had the same power. So here, okay. This is speculation, all right? This is pure, I'm just running around in circles now. This is just pure speculation. But I think... where's my thing? Where am I going? I actually don't know where I'm going. Where am I going? Points scored. Points scored. What am I pointing? Wait, what am I doing? I should pay attention. Wasn't supposed to go that way. Was I? No, I was supposed to go here. Okay. Well, that's my bad. Sorry. I understand. Okay. Oh, I should read directions. That would be smart of me, huh? I see. I'm supposed to hit these so that it hits the bump. Okay. I'm very bad at this, obviously. Very bad at this. Oh my goodness. Okay. So now that I know what's going on, I don't think I'll need brain for the next part. So underappreciated lore in Natlan that's relevant now. If you guys read Skirk's artifact set, you might be a little familiar with the story of Voyager, who's Nibelung's space bestie. Space traveler, who made friends with this cosmic dragon that owned a whole world. And Voyager inspired Nibelung to create a whole space program. Okay? A whole space program. I mean, we're talking space shuttles, we're talking like hibernation devices, we're talking about all sorts of fun stuff like that. Part of the reason was because Nibelung knew that there was this big cosmic threat coming. There was the abyss that existed in deep space. And he didn't want to abandon his planet and all of the life forms on it. So he decided to attempt to he attempted to find ways to bring all of the life forms into that with him, which at the time were just dragons, basically, right? So he created a space program. Or at least he instructed the sovereigns to partake in a space program. And Shriekwaddle is, seems to be one of the ones at the forefront of that whole ordeal. But in the process, Nibelung created 3 moon goddesses. Their job was to not only guard the planet, while he was away doing his investigation into the abyss and everything and all that other kind of stuff, but I honestly think Nibelung had those 3 moons created as a form of transportation, basically. You know what I mean? So I kind of see them as like eggs or space stations or things like that, right? I think of the moons in that respect. So even though they would take turns on guard duty and all that kind of stuff, I think their original goal was to sort of serve as arcs, if you will, and allow the dragons to sort of move themselves onto these moon-shaped spaceships, these quote-unquote lunar chariots, as they are called, so that they can go into space and be safe with Nibelung, right? I think that was their original goal. So for me, looking at someone like Columbina and how she's all digital and digitized and stuff like that, to me, she's like a 3D printed avatar, right? Who's too far from her main system, which is why she's having a hard time. Because her main computer system is out of orbit, if you will. That's literally the Videodora. Yeah, more or less. I mean, in this case, you know, Nibelung would be Nibelung. They would be Long's scions. Nibelung's scion. You get the idea, right? Oh dear, I have to do 2 at a time now? This is going to end very badly. Oh, they go so quickly. I don't like it. We might be here for a while, guys. Might be here for a while. So when I say I think all of the moons had the same sort of initial function, that's kind of what I mean. They might have been intending to store different types of data or serve slightly different purposes. Oh, it goes faster. I see. They move slowly and then go quickly. Okay, I don't like that. That's annoying. This is terrible. Terrible. Yeah. I don't like this minigame. I might quit. I might quit this stupid minigame. This is awful. No! Boop. These hitboxes are funky. Sometimes that's working in my favor and sometimes it's not. Variable speeds. Yeah, no, it's fine. We won't win that one. It's okay. Is this just Beyblade? I don't know. Match the colors of the base. I'm not going through that trouble. I don't want to do that. That sounds like a pain in the butt. I would rather quit. Swapping colors on controller is a real pain in the ass. I don't want to do it. I am free to not do it too. I have free will. Sometimes. Sometimes. Could not Tevat be, in fact, the third moon who disappeared? No. We know where all three moons are right now. Right? Columbina has the Frost Moon Marrow, in theory. The Traveler has the Eternal Moon Marrow, and Arlecchino has the Crimson Moon, or Iridescent Moon Marrow. So we have all three moons. There is a fourth moon that has not been born yet. That moon is what makes up the foundation of nod-krai, in theory. Or at least that's what a lot of the marketing material and stuff has implied. That the surface of nod-krai is, in fact, the fourth moon that never was elevated into the sky. It just never made it. So that has led to a lot of people, or at least like a decent amount of people, wondering whether or not Paimon is in fact not one of the three moons, but the fourth unborn moon, and that's why she's a little baby. Because when she flies, she leaves behind constellations just like Columbina does. So, I mean, that's a distinct possibility. I kind of feel like Columbina would have recognized her to some degree if that were true. But, I mean, who knows at this point? I mark it down as a possibility. I know I have to match the colors of the Beyblade's bases, but I don't want to. That's a pain in the ass. That is an absolute pain in the ass. I don't like switching colors on the controller. It's awful. But a moon marrow isn't the moon itself. Yeah, I mean, the moon marrow isn't the moon in the same way your heart is not you, right? Your brain is not you. The moon marrow is the heart of the moon. So if you'd like to argue that the eternal moon, you know, isn't the moon marrow, you can do that, but it's still the heart of the eternal moon, right? So the Traveler isn't currently a moon maiden. They are just in possession of the heart of the moon, which could be used to birth a new moon, or at least like reincarnate, or as I like to put it, 3D print a new moon avatar. That's how I like to think of it. Because like, okay, here's the thing. When we think about moon marrow, right? Moon marrow, and then we think about moon wheels, right? Moon wheels look a lot like moon marrows, and moon wheels possess a related authority, and they were also ritual items used to worship the Moon Sisters. It was given to their followers, right? Now think about the fact that in Inazuma, we were making delusions out of crystal marrow, which was made from Orobashi. And that didn't come from his blood necessarily. I mean, it didn't come from his bones necessarily, even though it grew on his bones. It was made, it was made from his blood, right? So you think of the moon marrow as the heart, then the fact that the crystal marrow from Orobashi coming out of the bones, which makes blood, you know, is also his blood, and it's making delusions, and delusions are a lot like visions, and visions are like new moon wheels. Like, you start to see the connection, right? So, I don't know. I don't know. Does Nefer having a moon wheel mean that she didn't get her powers in Sumeru? Correct. Very unlikely. Yuld, thanks for the super. So can the Abyss sibling actually be an Abyss sibling? Oh, you mean like a copy? Yeah. Yeah, okay. So I'm of like two... I'm not paying attention to what I'm doing here. What am I doing here? Hold on. 1 second. Okay, we gotta go get some mana too. Okay. So I have like 2 trains of thought on this. In the So are you gonna follow me if I do this? Oh, okay. Guess not. In the cutscene where it shows the trailer, or where it shows the trailer, where it shows the spaceship arriving in Teyvat for the very first time, I noticed that there were 3 other shooting stars, like in the background, right? And it made me wonder if there were like multiple Descender ships that all came at the same time, but like people didn't wake up all at the same time. And then I wondered, well, I mean, is it possible that the Traveler and the Abyss Twin had different... Oh, I gotta do a different color, huh? There. I was wondering if maybe they just had different ships. Because that seems like a possibility. That's the easy solution. What am I doing here? Oh, we just want red balloons. No, come on. So that's possibility number 1. Possibility number 2 is, as you said, that perhaps the Abyss was able to completely mimic the twin. And maybe the twin is still inside of, like the real twin is still inside of the spaceship. That's possible. I feel like that's very possible. I feel like it's even more interesting in a way if we find out that this is actually a copy of our sibling and our sibling's been like locked up and asleep the whole time, and that the Abyss twin that we've been following around is actually aware of this fact and knows they're not real, but is trying to make themselves real, sort of like will themselves into existence. That would be a pretty fun situation. Someone up there? Okay. We'll see how that pans out. Because it is curious, you know, the more you learn about Khaenri'ah, the less clear it becomes why the Abyss sibling is so attached to the place. It becomes less and less clear. Especially with all of the, you know, stuff going on there. It's very interesting. Whoops. I opened up moderating tools on accident. How do I get out of here? Oh, there we go. We're good, we're good, we're good, we're good. You wonder if Teyvat is an inverted version of the original Teyvat? That's possible too, yeah. There's a lot of possibilities. Hoyo's written themselves into a situation where there's so many ways they could just like pull one of those and none of it was real, but it is actually real because XYZ, but like it's not as real as you thought it was, or like it's a copy of the world that was already destroyed, or you know, whatever. They can do a lot of things with that. You didn't expect Dane to be so close to Vetterfilnir, like he even had a nickname? I mean, they were brothers. They grew up together, so I mean, I assume that they were, you know, reasonably close. Okay, so none of these caves have anything in them. Understood. Understood. That just means that the Monatus I'm looking for are somewhere else. Let's walk up a wall. Or, okay, this is a tree. That's fine. Oh, There he is. Hey, little buddy. Let's get the thingy. Hello, little guy. Hi. Hello, friend. Hello, little friend. Are you stuck? Oh, you want this thing. I see. Understood. Well, that wasn't all you wanted. Okay. Are you gonna come with me or no? Nope. Okay. Okay. Well, what does he want then? No! Let me go! Let me go! Free me! Free me! Free me! I'm up. Oh my god. Okay. What does he want? Blue. Oh, he wants me to repaint the stars. Okay. I see. Understood. Got it. Understood. I follow. Okay. Blue. Blue. Yellow. Okay, come on down. Look at the shooting stars. Anyway. What am I doing? What am I doing? What am I doing? What am I doing? I have no idea. Emperor Caligula. How are you still alive? Thank you very much for the super. Do you believe the saying, the black hole and the white hole will devour each other at the end of that script, rupturing the cosmos, is a metaphor for Ix and Zephyro destroying each other and the universe? I don't think, if you're talking about the latest trailer, Welt was the one in that trailer. So I don't think it was talking about Ix, but like, this isn't Genchin for Genchin players who are wondering what's going on here. This is a Star Rail question. So okay, so the thing about that trailer that I still haven't quite digested yet is the Stellaron Hunters are talking about like different kinds of finality, which leads me to believe that Terminus isn't like a predetermined entity necessarily, or that the shape they can take will vary depending on the choices that the Trailblazer makes. So I think depending on what order they do things and who ends up challenging who, certain eons become a reflection of the finality that Terminus represents. Does that make sense? So when they say that the black hole and the white hole will devour each other at the end of the script, which is rupturing the cosmos, it could be referring to that as like being a really terrible ending because Ix becomes the, you know, the finality in that timeline. You could look at it that way, but a more literal view would just be that they're referring to Welt versus Zephyro having like a ridiculous confrontation where the power level is so high that they literally like blow everything up. That's possible. That is a possibility. I don't know where this last Monat is. I feel like it's probably really obvious and I'm just being dumb. Whee! Alright, let's take a look. Where is he? He's over there. He's over that way, apparently. Okay. So up we go, I guess. Alright, Money Twos. Oh.
Let's do this then.
This might be useful. Oh, there he is. Hi, buddy.
Stick around.
Okay. That's enough of that. I wish to solve some puzzles. Not really. Someone's lost password. Okay. I will forget that in about 3 seconds. No password required. Lovely. Why are they collecting fairies? An excellent question. Up we go. Oh boy. Okay. That. Help! I'm stuck. Oh. I guess he bounces. Whee! Alright, give me chest. Give me stuff. Give me my treasure. Give me my... Oh. What? Are you gonna make me co-op this now? Oh, no, I can just sit on either of them. Okay, that's cool. That's neato. I like that. That's kind of cool. I'll go with that. Did I notice that the Crimson Moon is called the Mother of the Present by Arlecchino? What do you make of that? I mean... There's a lot of ways you can interpret that. I don't know that I have a good one that I would just be like, yeah, this is definitely what I think it is. I could interpret it 3 different ways. I think probably the reference would be that, like, they're making a reference to how the 3 moons are, like, related to the 3 fates, or the Norns, depending on which mythology you look at. Either the Morai or the Norns, or... I mean, there's more mythologies than just Greek and Norse that refer to those. But, you know. But just, like, given how, like, the Kuhenki and stuff, like, literally weave silver threads and stuff, you know, it's really hard to separate the moons from their whole fate weaving of threads of whatever, associate. It's just really hard to dissociate them from that, in my opinion. So I would assume that that's more what it's getting at. Do I think A will get the Eternal Moon Marrow? I mean, that is a valid thing to try and prove. I think some of you at least are aware that I've had like this A is a dragon or A is actually a secret moon. I think I did put that in I think I did put that in the whatchamacallit, the Sinners and Shades video that I did, because I was comparing some stuff to Rereer, and like the Barnstalker stuff, because I thought it was interesting. But I have played with the idea that A is like the remnants of the Eternal Moon that Makoto kind of how do I... What are my controls? I have forgotten my controls. Okay. This is not fun to... Okay. Useful! Very useful. So I think it's possible that we give her the Moon Marrow. I think it's possible. Oh, okay, there it goes. I think it's very possible we give her the Moon Marrow. I don't feel like she'd be... I don't think they would make her become the Eternal Moon again, though. I feel like she'd probably end up in a Columbina situation-ish. Not really a Columbina situation, but like... I feel like she would... Pass the torch. Oh, what did I do wrong? Oh, do I have to clear them all, I see. Okay. I wasn't paying attention. I think she'd be like, allow another moon to be reborn or something like that. I don't necessarily know that she'd take up the mantle again. You know what I mean? That seems unlikely to me. Oops. That seems unlikely to me. Oh, silly thing. Sora, thanks for the super. In some reason, I can imagine that King Ermin had a funny mustache and has rejected by the art school academy. I mean, that's probably the most original take on King Ermin I think I've ever heard. And I've heard a lot of interesting takes on King Ermin. Yeah. I don't really know what to say to that, honestly. Ermin getting rejected by art school is certainly a take. I'm sure there's rules or something that I'm supposed to read here about how this is supposed to go. But, Oh, I'm supposed to do it all in 6 bullets, but I can like do this and then refresh. Okay. That's what it is. I got it. I understand it. I understand. Can you backseat the puzzle? I might not see your thing because I have the attention span of a magpie. Yeah. Okay. In that case, let me... Okay. I understand. Oh. I see. It is always the same color, isn't it? Okay. We might be here for a while. We're probably going to be here for a while. Someone's probably going to give me the solution in chat, and I'm going to ignore it. I'm sorry. Even if I'm going to be really stupid and really annoying about it, I'm going to solve it myself. Because I can. There seems to be a distance at which I can actually shoot these. So that's important. That's important. Okay. Shredder Gaming! Thank you for the super. Was so very disappointed that Arlecchino didn't go nuts on Revere and then remembered that she doesn't let her emotions control her at all. Also, what would you say that she is now more powerful than Capitano? Love your streams. Thank you for one. Would I say she's more powerful than Capitano? I don't know why I did that. That was silly. If I'm honest, I still don't think Harbingers are ranked by strength. I'm not convinced of that. Like, I understand in concept why that works. See, I got it eventually. I probably drove someone crazy doing it. But like, it doesn't make sense to me, like, because like, Colomina is a whole moon, right? And she's only one spot higher than Arlecchino. Now, Arlecchino is the scion of a whole Crimson Moon dynasty, but she's one rank higher than the mayor of Snezhnaya, who appears to be a fae. So he seems to be pretty like, it confuses me, like, the hierarchy of lore strength here, because as far as we can tell, Capitano was just like a pretty normal Conrian soldier. I'm confused as to why he would be stronger than the scion of, you know, the royal bloodline or something. Like, that confuses me. So the strength argument has to be there has to be some other factor. There has to be some other factor, you know? It doesn't make sense to me otherwise. But who knows? Who knows, really? I mean, like, could she beat him in a fight? Probably. I think that would be a pretty safe assumption. But, like, right now, Colombina probably can't beat Arlecchino in a fight, right? Like, she's way too powered down. Could she have beat Arlecchino in a fight when Arlecchino was younger and Colombina still had, like, her full power? Maybe. But, like, there's so many ifs. Who knows? You know? Who knows? I wanna paint the wall. I gotta say, the painting of the wall was a fun gimmick, and it gets old pretty quick. It gets old real quick. And yet, here I am. And yet, here I am. Am I gonna paint everything yellow? Yes. Until I run out of paints, and then I leave it. Woohoo! Alright, get me out of here. Nicholas Sealstern! Thanks for the super! Do you think we'll get replacement Harbingers? No, I don't. I don't think we'll get replacement Harbingers. I think there's a reason why they selected the Harbingers they did. You know? Like, I feel like there's a specific reason, and that they are meant to play a very important role. And I don't necessarily think they can be replaced. It kind of reminds me, like, you know, if you play Star Rail, it does remind me a bit of Elio and his scripts, in the sense of, like, certain things have to be done by certain people. Like, you can't just have other people carry your destiny for you or whatever. So I don't think they'll get replacement Harbingers. Now, I will say, there was a piece of merchandise that Hoyoverse released recently. It's Alpha 2e stuff, right? But on that merchandise, it has the canonical constellations for every Harbinger. And I think it has confirmed that the 10th Harbinger's constellation is just not on the wheel. Which means they probably don't exist. So we might get a new Harbinger. We might get the 10th Harbinger. So that's a thing. What do you think about the colors out of Space World Quest? Are they saying that the moons are made out of abyssal energy? Oh, okay. We can talk about this a little bit. So at the end of Act 4, a pretty interesting thing happens. I kind of feel like, because of the way it was explained, not very well. It was kind of a confusing scenario, but because of the way it was presented, I think it kind of fell by the wayside, you know? So one thing that Revier was doing in Act 1 and 2 is that he figured out how to take advantage of Kuvaki. Now, Kuvaki, that basically means he made his abyssal power, like, compatible with Kuvaki, right? He was able to control it. Now, this is a very interesting thing, considering that Kuvaki and the abyssal powers are supposed to sort of be, like, at odds with each other. You know what I mean? So I kind of just left that by the wayside, being like, oh, he just figured out how to manipulate a secondary power source. Like, someone figured out how to manipulate 2 elements or something. Like, that's not too much of a big deal or too much of a stretch or whatever. But then at the end of Act 4, they did it in reverse, but they did it in a super weird way. Because they didn't just allow Columbina to take control over abyssal energy, they actually just straight up converted it into a more usable form. Now that's interesting because Durin, this formerly abyssal dragon, was like, hey, I can totally help with this. I know how to manage this kind of stuff. Also, I will sort of like connect everyone's brains using the power of pyro. Which is another thing that might go over a lot of people's heads. Like, wait, how does that work? Until you realize that in Natlan, you know, Pyro and Phlegiston were literally liquid knowledge, right? So Durin, this abyssal dragon, this former abyssal dragon, who's Pyro, is using the power of draconic Phlegiston in order to sort of allow this weird conversion of abyssal energy into Kuvaki, or at least like into a sort of form that Columbina can manipulate to happen. So like, if you ask me, I would say that the Abyss is Kuvaki, Kuvaki is the Abyss, but so is Phlegiston, so is the Primordial Sea and everything else and all the elemental energy. So like, it's kind of like saying, it's kind of like looking at molecules and realizing that they're all kind of made out of the same parts but in different quantities and different makeups. And so like some molecules are incompatible with other molecules, but they all still have protons, neutrons, and electrons, but just in different configurations. You know what I mean? It's like that. So I really, and you know, alchemy was always about this pursuit of sort of transforming one substance into another, specifically, or famously rather, lead into gold. Now, it is possible to turn lead into gold. You just have to knock off an electron or two. I think it's just one, actually. But what it does is it creates a very unstable radioactive form of gold, right? Like, it's not true gold. It's not true transmutation. So I honestly think a lot of the ideas that are being played around with are sort of like those ideas of energy and molecular conversion, or atomic conversion, if you know what I mean. Durin is the Philosopher's Stone to an extent, yeah. Durin explaining that Pyro has the ability to create a string between minds. Cool. Durin must actually be Dendro. that is okay. So maybe we should go to nod-krai for a little bit. I think we will actually. Hold on. I think we will for a minute. Hold on. All right, there is a thing around here somewhere that I will find. I will find the Spirit Way, or the Moon Rail, rather. It is called a Moon Way, or a Moon Rail. I forget the actual name of it. I will find it! Where the heck this silly thing is. It's around here somewhere. Might be on the other side. Not what I meant to do. If you guys see the Moonway, let me know, because the Moonway, I think it's up there actually. There's a Moonway back up to the top of the Edict. I mentioned this, I think, in a Natlan recap video or something like that. I don't remember where I mentioned things anymore because like there's too much information. I'm gonna find it eventually. It's around here somewhere. I know there's a moonway. Oh, is that it? That might be it down here. Maybe farther down here. Might not be. I don't remember where this thing is. It's around here somewhere. It takes you up to the top of the thing. Anyway, when you unlock the edict, the Hall of First Edict, right? And you have to go across this like big spinny disc, right? That big spinny disc is essentially a record, like a vinyl record, right? And if you remember, in Natlan, we learned the art of phlogiston engraving. And what you do with a vinyl record is you engrave it, right? You engrave it with these little grooves, and when you put a needle in the grooves, it plays a song. It like repeats the music or whatever. It's a method of encoding data, essentially. So like when we went up there, I will figure out where the stupid moon rail is. It's around here somewhere. It's right there. Where's right there? I am possibly very blind. It's fine. It's not the blue thing, is it? Oh, it's right. You're right. It is right there. There it is. Thank you. When I walk and talk at the same time, I become like twice as blind as normal. So, I apologize for any frustrations. I'll mark it on my map so I don't lose it next time. But yeah, okay, so phlogiston engraving on a vinyl record, right? And then it's either Shriekwaddle or one of his dragon lords whose access permissions you're using for this whole thing, right? So like if you look, like we're looking at essentially literally a vinyl record with the grooves carved into it. So phlogiston is encoding information. And this thing specifically is something, yeah, see? Like you can see right here, the needles grooving and playing. All this, you see what I'm looking at, right? You see it. You see it. Yeah. So, this is a place where Columbina got 3D printed back into reality. It's also the reason why I say 3D printed. Is because it's like encoded information right here. Where was I going with this? Oh, the Abyss is also just mirrored information, right? Like it's just raw data. It's just a lot of data, right? It's just not ordered data. It's not sensible data. It's just like random. It's scrambled. It's trying to be something, but it's not anything yet. So when I look at the Primordial Sea in Phlogiston, I see the Abyss, but in a more tempered form. So when we talk about converting things like this, that's why it's not a surprise to me when suddenly Revere can use Kuvaki, or when we can convert abyssal energy into a form that is compatible with Kuvaki, right? Like, none of that confuses me. Especially when you take into account the fact that Skirk even says, listen, the Abyss is just a phenomenon. It's not good or bad. It's just like the weather. If you learn how to control it, it becomes a tool, right? It's just a tool. So it is interesting, right? It is interesting from that perspective. I have actually forgotten what the original question was. I probably went off on a tangent. I'm sorry if I didn't answer it. Wicked, I don't know if you answered my silly question. My internet cut out. I probably didn't. I am very, very slow at answering questions, so if you answered it recently, I probably didn't get it yet. Oh, thank you for the gifted heart. That was very kind of you. Say thank you. Say thank you. Also, if you guys join as YouTube members, or if you happen to be gifted a subscription, you can connect your Discord to... you can connect your YouTube account to Discord, and that grants you access to our Lore Discord server. I use the YouTube membership program as a sort of filtration thing, so I can keep out bots and, you know, scams as best we can, because I can prove everybody's human if I do it this way. So, like, don't think that, like, you can't join the Discord. Like, it'll expire or something, because it won't. It's not required to remain a member, you know. Yeah, it's not required to remain a member. You can just kind of, like, join and then chill. Put the Discord link in the bag. Well, I mean, it's an automatic thing. Like, you go to Discord and you go down to integrations, and then you just select the YouTube channel. Sometimes it takes a couple hours to show up because, like, the sync between YouTube and Discord's a little off, but what else is new, right? What else is new? Aw, Wanderer and Anefa are both allowed to join. Of course they are. Okay, I'm gonna answer this question because it's related to what we were just talking about, and then I'm gonna go back to the rest of the supers that I've kind of not gotten to yet. But Kung Fu Titan, thank you very much for your super. Jokes aside, because they're treating Kuvaki as a primordial power, do you think the power HSR's Astral Express rides on is Kuvaki itself or something different? So, I don't know the answer to that question. Actually. When it comes to primordial powers, I don't know how much overlap there actually is beyond, like, the concept of just switching, like, energy switching forms, right? Like, it really depends on how much they want to connect Genchin to HSR in the end. If they do connect it to HSR in such a way, then it is interesting that the Astral Express runs explicitly on silver rails, because that would basically be a reference to moon rails, because the moon's always referenced as, like, a silver entity, not a gold one. So, like, there's a possibility there, but there's also... It would also imply that this primordial energy, this Kuvaki, is actually imaginary energy, right? It's the energy from the imaginary realm, if you will. And it's, you know, the energy that forms, the imaginary tree, and then also, like, the bodies of the eons and other things. So, it's possible. I mean, it would make sense, given that Akavili is an eon. They would be made of imaginary energy. Well, I mean, technically, I guess everything is, if you really want to go down that far. But, like, they're imaginary entities. So it makes sense if their train rails were also made of imaginary energy. So I guess yes. I guess the answer would be yes. I guess so. I haven't really thought about it that deeply. But I do want to point out one other thing. I need to unheart something for a minute, or else I'm gonna think I answered something I didn't. Who was I talking to about Kuvaki? Because we were talking about the concept of Vaki, which is like spirit power, like a special spirity power kind of thing. And they were mentioning that there is an argument to be made that Kuvaki is based on a real mythological premise, which does involve both fire Vaki and water Vaki in certain ways. So that's kind of like why nod-krai would be full of red and blue. It would be Phlegiston in the primordial sea, so 2 primordial powers, basically 2 halves of like a whole, if you will. I kind of like to think of it as like fire giving off light and water serving as a prism that creates these rainbows that you see in the spirit ways and stuff. Obviously we can go into things like electromagnetism and stuff like that, but like to me that's just like the electromagnetic spectrum, especially the visible spectrum. And that's kind of like where Genchin is oftentimes, on the visible spectrum with light and rainbows and, you know, splitting the elements into different colors of light and that kind of stuff. I need to find like a primary source for that though, before I go all talking about it. But yeah, anyway. I like this place, it's really cool. It's a giant ass record. Nibelung likes retro technology. 2 flavors of Kuhenki. Yeah, like the red and blue ones, yeah. Oh, we were talking about Nothing Passage. Oh my god, okay. That's what it was. Okay, no, I do have something to say about this. Everything I said prior to this was just set up for the thing I wanted to say about the stuff in Nothing Passage. Hold on. I do have something to say about this. Oh, I got the attention span of a gnat sometimes, I swear to God. All right, listen up. There is a book, an H.P. Lovecraft book, called Colors Out of Space, I think that's its actual title. I can get a free online copy for people to read if they want to. I have it, or at least I have like a link to it. There's like a whole Lovecraftian archive where they put all of his works online for free for you to read, and they're all really short. They're all like short stories. They were meant to be like serialized stories in magazines and stuff like that. So like they're all really short. You're not being asked to read like a 250-page novel or something. They're all like fanfic size, short fanfic size. That's a terrible, you know, actually a really bad way to refer to it. They're all like anywhere from 3 to 10 pages. How's that? Like 3 to 10 pages is about right. All right, so in that story, basically there are these indescribable colors that fall from the sky, right? And these colors eat up all of the other colors in the world, right? It basically sucks all of the colors out of the world and turns everything this like ashen gray. It sucks the life and vitality out of everything. And so people are obviously terrified of this thing, right? Like this is frightening. This is incredibly horrible. And so they keep a very, you know, large distance away from this thing because they don't want to get all the life sucked out of them too and become this colorless, ashy substance. And then one day, the colors just leave. But not all of the colors. Some of the colors fall back to Earth and they fall down this deep, dark well. And so people are terrified of this well because they know down in the depths are like these colors. Now, this quest here, this one here in Nothing Passage, to me, and I feel like to everyone else who knows of the Lovecraft book, see this as a reference to that. Now, the thing about Lovecraftian references is that they are 9 times out of 10 associated with the Abyss. And in fact, maybe even 10 times out of 10, this is like the one time where they're not like explicitly associated with just the Abyss. But like, that alone suggests that the Kuvaki and the lunar power and all that other kind of stuff is in some way a form of the Abyss, whether Nibelung was aware of it at the time or not. You know what I mean? Also, this whole pattern, 2 things about this pattern. One, you might recognize this from Shweekwaddle's little area where Huitzilopochtli is. This pattern is basically everywhere on the ground in there. So that's very interesting. But also, this swirly pattern and the swirly pattern we see on all of these rocks, like around it, like all the way throughout nod-krai. Like you see all these swirly patterns here? These swirly patterns that are caused by the Kuvaki are the same markings that you find on Dragon Civilization architecture and also on Unified Civilization architecture, which we now know is basically, this isn't my theory. Somebody else came up with this theory originally, or at least pitched this idea. I can find it on Reddit if anyone wants the link for it later, because I don't remember the name of the person who did it. I'm sorry, but I can find the link. But they basically pitched this idea that, like, hey, you know these swirl patterns on the dragon statues in Natlan? Well, they look like the uninterrupted patterns that we find on the Unified Civilization architecture, right? So, like, when we go to... actually, I'm just gonna go to... We could just go to... I guess we could go to... Natlan, or we could go to Enkanomiya to prove my point. I feel like I'll go to Enkanomiya. Just cuz. Just cuz. Just cuz I like to remind people that this place exists sometimes. Alright, where am I going? Where am I going? I remember that people think this place exists, but also it's kind of like one of those things where it's like, ah. All right, so, if you look from up here, right? If you look from up here, you look down at these tiles. I don't know actually how good the resolution is for you guys, but you can see the same swirls on these tiles, but it's like they took the rock that the lunar energy, like the Kuvaki, had carved these swirling grooves into, right? And they carved those into blocks, and then they built their cities out of it. So these are all like stones that were blessed with Kuvaki, right? Now the interesting thing is that the Dragon Civilization also... Oh, shit. The Dragon Civilization architecture also has these same swirls, but they're not interrupted by these blocks. Like, it's almost like they built their structures and then I completely missed. They built their structures and then, there we go. And then the grooves were carved into it, right? Like, it wasn't like, it's different. Like, you can tell that the dragon stuff is like predates the moons a bit, because it's like the Kuvaki patterns were carved into it afterwards, or at least they are carved in there in an uninterrupted pattern. So like there's one of two things: either this stone that they used to build all of the Unified Civilization architecture was carved from rocks that had Kuvaki swirl carvings in them, or the swirl carvings were carved into the rocks of dragon architecture intentionally, and then the Unified Civilization people came along and then cut up all of the dragon architecture and just left the grooves, but shuffled them around. So, dragon built the first structure, first civilization recycled it. Yeah, I mean, like, that's kind of like, yeah, that's one of them. You can look at it two ways. Like I said, you can look at it two ways. Also, I have a lot of questions in the queue, so maybe don't keep asking questions for a while. I gotta catch up. I keep going on really, really, really long tangents, but that's also normal. I just want to let you guys know I'm very behind. I'm like 15 messages behind. Not 15 messages. I am 15 super chats behind. That's a lot. That's a lot. I want to be 15 messages behind. I miss this place. Let's go say hi to our ghost friend. Hi, ghost friend. Hello. How you doing, Emma? How you doing? You doing good? Yeah? You good? Just chilling. Gonna be here for another 1,000 years. All right, bye. Yuld, thanks again for the super. Any thoughts on Columbina's blood being red? Not sure if it was implied or stated it should be silver, but we saw her injury when she helped Yehoda in the first Act 3 cutscene. Okay. Two things. There's two possibilities here. I'm gonna go back to Natalie. I hope you guys don't mind. Because I still do want to try and get some exploration on this place done. All right. There's two possibilities. So in Star Rail, on the current planet, all of the playable characters are supposed to have golden blood. But it seems like some of the artists didn't really get that memo. So in some of the artwork, the blood is not gold. So it could be that the artist just made a mistake. That is the unfun answer, but it is a possibility. But the other answer could just be that Columbina is more human than the last Frost Moon. Cause like, I don't know if you guys did the Hisi Island quest or anything, right? I don't. I'm gonna assume you guys did. I would like to think that you did. But Lovia wasn't a Frost Moon Scion. She had regular red blood. But she still had, like, some very Frost Moon Scion powers, so to speak. And one of the things that she tried to do is she was trying to create a child with extremely pure blood. And so we know that the pure blood is referring to silver blood, right? Now, Lauma has the purest blood in ages. So she has the most silvery and magical-y blood. However, the way that Lovia was able to sort of like get that to occur elsewhere, like artificially, was by forcing some Frost Moon Scions to drink the blood of other Frost Moon Scions. But even that blood was red at times. So I'm wondering if the silverness of the blood is actually something like an effect of the amount of Kuvaki that someone has access to, like the purity of the Kuvaki naturally in their blood. Because if that's the case, then Columbina is currently having her strength constantly sapped away from her. And that would just mean that, like, all of the magic is being pulled from her blood and turning it red. That's possible. There is also the possibility that Columbina isn't actually a moon. It's possible that she was 3D printed and has some special authorities, but like isn't really a moon. That's possible too. It's also possible that something went wrong in the 3D printing. No hell strength blood, the dragons. Yeah, I mean, this whole game is like a lot. There's a lot of blood drinking. There's a lot of flesh eating, okay? Like, you guys remember Jacob from the Narcissenkreuz Institute? He ate dragon blood flesh. They likened it to jam, like strawberry jam. Very memorable. That was a big thing. Moon or a moon god? Moon goddess, yeah, sorry. The moon and the moon goddess are separate things. Like, I think of it like how Irminsul and Nahida are different things, right? Like, Columbina is to the moon, the Frostmoon, what Nahida is to Irminsul. That's how I think about it. It makes the most sense to me. Like, she's just the avatar. She's the Clippy to my Microsoft Windows. River's attack was red energy blast, so the wound might have been colored with it. That is also a possibility. That is also a possibility. Honestly, my preferred one, because the other ones are too complicated. It does kind of remind me of when... You guys remember when Wanderer got his vision? There was like this scene where he like wiped something off of his cheek and everyone thought it was blood. But I think it's just dirt. I don't actually think it was blood because he like technically shouldn't bleed because he's a puppet. Like he doesn't actually have flesh and blood, you know? So, where can we find examples of dragon architecture with moon etchings? I got you. Hold on. I don't want to. No, I'm gonna go up. Pain in the poops. Pain in the poops. Okay, we'll just go over here. Wasn't it tears? No, it's not tears. Tears in Hoyo games are like white. All right, you see these? The patterns on dragon stuff tend to be uninterrupted whenever you see them. Whenever you see the patterns, they're like meant to reference the swirls and the scales and everything. They're not meant to be flattened out. Let's see if I can find some good examples here too. Whenever we see dragon statues too, they tend to have more swirls on them. This is probably not the best example because it's just all floor tiles. But you can kind of see, like here, right? Like here in the middle, you can see the uninterrupted swirl patterns, right? They're carved in here and very deliberately. Let's find some like walls. Cause this isn't super helpful. Let's go down and find some walls. Hold on. I'm gonna find some walls. All right. You might have to go inside of a building in order to see these properly. Now, the person who made the original theory, I'm sorry, I still don't remember their name. I'm really, really, really bad with names. Like, they were looking at statues like this because they made this theory before Ochkanatlan came out and they made it before we got to the Sacred Mountain. So, like, they were looking at statues, dragon statues throughout Natlan who basically had patterns carved on them like this, right? And that's when they noticed that it matched the unified civilization architecture. So like over here, you see? Long, uninterrupted patterns of the swirlies. Just large swaths of uninterrupted patterns. Large swaths. So much. And like even these giant panels, which are carved, right? Like the biggest difference between like dragon architecture and the unified civilization architecture is that all of these patterns actually line up with each other. Like they're all very intentional. Like you can see here, there's meant to be like a conjoined swirl here, right? So it's different. Now I'm not saying they took them all from like just this one dragon architecture stuff, but like we don't have that much there's not much dragon architecture surviving outside of Natlan for us to be able to have more good points of comparison. Oh. Somehow I didn't get this little guy. Well, I guess I gotta get this little guy. This is gonna be a pain in my ass, isn't it? Are they really the same? I mean, no, they're not exactly the same. But, like, this is also Natlan, right? We're looking at Natlan. This is the one that survived, right? The unified civilization could have been pulling from all sorts of different dragon architectures. Like, there's no reason why we should look at Natlan and be like, oh, all dragon ruins looked exactly like this. It's more the fact that these patterns are carved in here very deliberately, whereas the patterns on the unified civilization are carved not so deliberately. I'm really not good at controlling the Tatankasaur. I will do my best. All right. I'm very bad at this, but we will try. I stopped running. Hold on. Hold on. Come on, let's go. Oh my goodness. Ah, I'm very bad at the Tatankasaurs. I'm so bad at the Tatankasaurs. Oh my goodness. Okay, let's get out of here. I did it! Yeah, there's harder ones than this one. Way harder ones than this one. It's such a pain in the bottom. Such a pain in the bottom. Chris Neff, thank you for the super. Do you think what the Genchin... Oh my god, the Genchin anime. Bro, we're not getting a Genchin anime. I'm gonna read this exactly as you wrote it, though. Do think what the Genchin anime will cover change with new direction in nod-krai, or do you think it stayed the same as planned before? All right, listen. First off, we're not getting a Genchin anime. It's not gonna happen. I'm ready to eat my words on that one. I am. But here's speculation that I want people to really think about for a second. I don't think that they've actually changed the story. I don't think they've retconned anything. I don't think they've actually changed the content of the story. What I think they did is they shuffled around the order that you witness some things. I've been thinking about this. I'm talking to people about this. And like, how do I explain this really succinctly? Okay. So we've been working on like the Gnosis plotline, right? For like basically the entire game. I think I actually cleared out this island of treasure chests mostly. We've been, yeah, like we've been on the Gnosis train for like a really long time, right? Like it's been Gnosis Central for forever. So like our next stop was supposed to be like the finale of the Gnosis stuff. And then Hoyo was like, oh, there's like a lot of stuff that we didn't answer, teehee. I think that's a bold-faced lie. I really do. And the reason is that nod-krai, apart from the length and production quality of the Archon quests, feels like a DLC area for Snezhnaya. So if you think of it in terms of it being a DLC area for Snezhnaya, a few things start to make sense. Like, you know how they said, oh, we must retrieve Columbina at any cost, right? Well, Columbina insists that she's, you know, finished her role within the Fatui, so there's no reason for her to be there. Now, if we had originally been planning to go to Snezhnaya, right? If the original plan was to go to Snezhnaya and then to, it's not this one. Wait, how do I wash again? Is it that one? No. I forgot how to wash. There's a way to wash. I forgot how to wash. Is it this one? I forgot how to wash. Is it R? Oh, it's R3. No, it's not R3. I don't remember. I know what I'm supposed to do, but I don't remember the controls. I am on Invisicolor. Right? Oh, wait. Oh, hold on. What? No, wrong button. Stop it. Let me go. Let me, free me. Like, it would make sense, like, if the original plan was to go through Snezhnaya, do the Gnosis thing, but, like, not finish the story of the Fatui, and then, like, have Columbina disappear, right? Because her role within the Fatui was basically complete. And so now you get to go to nod-krai, where she's been hiding, and they're going on a retrieval mission for her. Now that they go on a retrieval mission for her, it makes a little bit more sense why she's here. And then that they would be like, okay, now that we've finished this one storyline, we need to up the stakes now, right? We need to take it from the Fatui being the biggest threat to Teyvat to the Sinners being the biggest threat in Teyvat. We need, like, to prove that the Fatui were not, like, the end game. And then you go to nod-krai, you get to find Columbina and learn more about the moons, and then also deal with Rerir and all of that other kind of stuff in preparation for Khaenri'ah. This makes sense to me as a form of natural progression throughout the storyline. So I do not think for 1 second that Hoyo actually was like, oh, you know what? We didn't remember for 5 years to give the players this kind of information. I don't believe that at all. I really think that they decided, you know what? We're gonna lose active players if we don't up the stakes now. So let's shuffle the order of events and make things more interesting for the casual player. Make things more accessible for the casual player. Let's do that. Because, like, if they were... Okay, here's the thing. If they were really looking to, like, fill in the blanks for us, we would have gotten a lot more new lore than we have been getting. And while I do appreciate them being more open about what they want to be canon what they intend to be canon, like what they want to confirm as canon. Got my words a little bit mixed up there. And like them confirming and disproving theories and assumptions that we've had for years, or maybe not even that long. I appreciate that they're doing all of that, but none of this is like actually new information. You know what I mean? It's more just clarification, and then also repackaging of information for more casual audiences. So like, that's not doing what they said they were gonna do. You know what I mean? I can see how it could be potentially twisted to be understood that way, but that's not what they're doing. So that's why I firmly believe that they've really just swapped some order of events around. I really think nod-krai was just supposed to come at the end of Snezhnaya, or even at the midway point. I don't think it was supposed to come here. And I don't even necessarily think that they've, like, completely retconned anything with that respect, you know? Like, that's... Looking at it from this perspective, it doesn't feel retconned. It just feels misplaced. I don't want to fight in the water. I'm just gonna sit here and let her do it. Now, I'm not throwing any shade at anybody when I say any of this. Like, none of this is like... None of this is bad, necessarily. Like, in a lot of ways, it's good that they're being like, okay, we're gonna, you know, try and make this more palatable to the average player, because, like, by and large, the average player is the average player because they make up the most number of the player base. Like, they have the highest percentage. So, you only have 5 fish? Yeah, I don't fish. Has the Fatui ever been considered a threat to Teyvat? I always considered them as a morally gray and justifies the means type of group. I'm not arguing their morality, all right? I'm not, it's more like they were the primary antagonists, you know what I mean? Like, yes, we had Khaenri'ah and its lore and the Cataclysm and everything, and the Abyss is like the big bad or whatever, but the Abyss isn't a character. It's not really an antagonist. It's just a force. It's like being mad at a hurricane. You know, like a hurricane's gonna do what it's gonna do. It can't really be the antagonist, right? It's a driving force. It's not a, yeah. The Fatui is more of an antagonistic force, or at least it was presented that way, because they were the ones challenging gods. They were the ones causing trouble in all of these nations around the world. They were the ones overstepping their bounds. They were the ones looking to challenge the current authority of the world, right? So, like, from that perspective, the Fatui were the antagonists. That doesn't necessarily mean they were always going to be like the end game or that they were evil or anything like that. It's just that they were the opposing force to the hero's motivations. Right? You with me? There we go. This guy says he wants a blue board. So we give him a blue board. You're welcome, kid. Enjoy. Whoa. I didn't mean to do that, but hello! But yeah, that's kind of like my thoughts on nod-krai. And so to bring it back to the Genchin anime thing, it's for this reason that I don't think if we get an anime that anything about it has actually changed. It's just, I don't think that, I just really think they shuffled things around and then decided, you know what, we're just gonna like make things more accessible to the general player. I really think that that's all they decided to do. And I really think it was done not for artistic reasons, but for economic or fiscal reasons. So for that reason, I just don't suspect that they'll have change any plans. But again, we'll also never know because we don't even know what the anime was going to be about anyway. For all we know, they didn't have any plans to release the anime until after like the final chapter of Travail. Like if that's the case, then maybe what the anime was actually going to be was like a legit retelling of the entire game of Genshin Impact thus far, Travail trailer. Or Travail chapter, to that chapter. I can't talk, oh my god. In preparation for part 2. Because Hoyo really likes to do part 2s when they end like their main stories. I say really likes as if they've done it multiple times, and as far as I know, they've only done it once. But to that end too, the one time that they did end their like main story in one of their games, and then created a part 2, which was like a completely different story and all that. The one time they did that, it didn't work very well. Or like at all. Is this thing like up here? Okay. I don't know where this chest is. I think I was trying to get it earlier and I got distracted and then didn't get it. But it didn't go well. And I think they realized that like, oh, you know what? We're nearing the end of the Travail. And if we don't, you know, make some changes, it might not go well for Genshin either. And the thing is, people keep looking at Hoyo being like, oh, Hoyo is such a wealthy company. They've got so much money. And that's true. However, they're also trying to bankroll the development of 9 new games, including Nexus Anima. 9 games! And they're still running Honkai Gakuen 2, Honkai Impact 3rd, Honkai Star Rail, and Genshin Impact at the... Oh, and Tears of Themis. They're already running 5 games right now. They're running 5 games, and they have 9 more in the pipeline. So they have to fund all of that. So it is very important to them that Genchin does not lose momentum quickly, or at all if they can prevent it, right? So from a financial standpoint, this is a good move because they're able to bring back a lot of players. One thing I did yesterday, I posted a poll on my community tab, and I was asking people like, you know, what kind of things do you want to see from me? And I was really surprised that not that many people were asking questions about the most recent chapter. Like, the vast majority of people wanted recaps and explainers on lore that's already... What am I supposed to be doing? Oh, I'm supposed to paint the chroma fish. But, nope, not what I meant to do. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. The hot air balloon platform is about to move. Don't move without me! No! No! Oh dear. Guys, help. Okay. But yeah, okay. So like everyone was asking for recaps. Like so many recaps. They wanted me to bring back patch recaps. They wanted explainers. They're like, we want like an Abyss 101. We want everything we know thus far about Conria. And what I was realizing as I was going through all of the suggestions was that the bulk of people who were commenting had left the game for a long time. Like multiple patches, sometimes entire patch cycles or multiple. And they came back for this patch. And so they've missed these massive swaths of lore that are missing, right? And so, like, obviously, just from my little anecdotal, unscientific study here, we can tell that whatever Hoyo has done has worked, as far as they're concerned. Because it's gotten more players back into the game. So, it puts me in a really weird spot, too. Because I'm not really like Minsleaf in the sense of like, I'm not sitting here saying that my job is to primarily explain lore to people. Even though I do lore explainers, it's just like, it's not like my primary thing. Like her slogan is like, I read the lore so you don't have to, which is a very nice thing to have. Because I know everyone's really busy and like, the amount of people who would have time to like actually dig into things and like really read through everything is like so small. So it's like a really good thing that she does, but it's also just like not my thing. So I'm like at a weird spot when it comes to that. So I'm just like, I make crackpot theories with like the occasional lore explainer. I don't know. I'm thinking about it. I got a little off topic, but like my whole point was that like a lot of this is like from a financial perspective. So like the thing about the anime is that they might be looking at it, I'll try this thing again in a second. They might be looking at the anime as like, okay, we're going into part 2, right? We're gonna go into part 2 of Genshin Impact. It's gonna be like a different story, where maybe we're gonna follow different protagonists, maybe we're gonna be on a different continent, or like there's gonna be a lot of new things, right? Whenever you do that, you are bound to lose a lot of players, right? Because there's sort of like this moment in a game where like you sort of reach that natural conclusion and then people want to stop. Like that is a natural stopping place for some people. So they have to onboard new people. And if they get lots of new people, like the best way to like get them up to speed with like the lore so far is to make a very accessible, you know, sort of summary, like official summary that's really engaging to watch. Best form you could possibly do for that, 100% an anime, like a short little anime. Imagine like a 24 episode anime or something that basically goes through all of the important stuff that they would need to know for part 2 that happened in part 1, which is the Teyvat chapter, right? Like they could totally do that. And it would be really good to do like in preparation for part 2. Because it might even mean that they don't have to play through part 1. Maybe you can just skip it or play it out of order. You know, like maybe it's like almost like a separate sort of thing, right? So that's kind of my thoughts on the anime. I don't think they're changing anything. And if they did change anything, I think what they would have changed is like if they had originally planned to like recap the, I don't know, the events of the Archon War or something. I think now instead they're gonna recap like part 1. Look at all the fishies. Hello, fishies. I will splash you with color. Get wrecked. Bye. New fishies? 1 fishy, 2 fishy, red fishy, blue fishy. Where are the fishies? Fishies! Hi, fishies. Oh my god, the camera is like doing me a number. Okay. Oh. Yeah. That didn't help. It did not help. Allow me to paint. There we go. Yay, mine! My precious. My precious chest. On the subject of crackpot theories and a dash of hopium, do you think Hoyo will ever revive Guizhong? I don't think so. I don't know. I'm not convinced. It seems unlikely. It seems really unlikely. Like there's a long list of characters they could revive, but like I kind of feel like they won't. Lydia Legal, thank you for the super and the cute little sticker. You didn't ask a question, but I like the little sticker. Thank you. Sorry, it took me a while. That's also normal. I wish it wasn't, but it is. Thanks again. Beeper B, thank you for this super. What do you think of the idea that the twin we know might have been created by Conria as some kind of copy of our original twin? That's been a theory for a long time. I think it's less likely that they are, oh, can I wanted to like shoot them. They're not gonna let me shoot them, huh? That's rude. That was fun. It's the simple things in life. Like setting off a chain reaction while you float in air. What was the question? I spaced. Wow, hold on. I got distracted. Right, okay. Conria twin being made. I don't think they were made. The thing that they were saying is like they subjected outsiders to refinement. I do think that the refinement process had something to do with abyssal energy. That I do think. I do think it's very possible that the Abyss twin is made of Abyss. I'm just not 100% sure that they were made by Conria of the Abyss. That doesn't quite seem to be within their wheelhouse, you know? Not quite. Not quite. There's no Ashas around here. I cannot paint the fishy. Okay, that's fine. But I wouldn't say that theory has been disproven, but like, again, with the Xbox wings, we know that the Ermin took the Abyss twin down into the depths of the Abyss, and we know that they could absorb an infinite amount of abyssal energy, which is the same thing that we as a Descender can do as a Traveler, right? So like at some level, they have to be very similar to the Traveler, but if they were to make a copy, then either they have the body of the real twin somewhere else, and either that real twin is dead or still sleeping, or, you know, they would have had to make, like, a copy of the Traveler. But I don't think they did that either. I guess in the end I'm just not convinced that they created a copy of the Abyss Twin. But that's not to say that the Abyss Twin isn't primarily made of Abyss. I just don't think it was Conria that was responsible for it. How's that? Does that make sense? It makes sense to me, but that doesn't mean it makes sense to everybody else. So I have to check. You think it would make sense that it would explain why the, oh, this is that thing with the, I don't want to do this one. I don't want to do this one. If they copied what was in their pod, then that could explain why there are 3 keys to the spaceship. Yeah, that's another thing. Because it might not be like a whole time travel thing at all. It might just be an issue of like, there were just 3 keys because there was another spaceship. Right? Like maybe one of the keys is an Abyss-based copy. Because like something they really seem to like hammering home is that the Abyss loves to mimic things. So if like it had a copy of a key to look at, like a template, there's nothing that would prevent the Abyss from being able to create its own copy of it, a very convincing copy too, you know? So, I'm like half on board. I'm like half on board right now with that. We'll see how it pans out. You don't think the Abyss sibling is copyable? They don't even know how the Abyss absorption power works. The Abyss Twin seems to know how the Abyss absorption power works, but it's the Traveler that doesn't, right? I don't remember them saying they don't know how it works. Why I take a picture? What? Oh. I'm just not high enough. I see. Okay. Give me your loot! I want your booty! I guess we're going this way. Alright then. Even Skirk seems to know how it works. Yeah, like Skirk recreated her limbs out of it, right? I mean, they don't look like what her original limbs would have looked like, but that may just be due to her current level of proficiency, or maybe her current level of aptitude, who knows? After UGC came out, I started wondering if Gold just used a mannequin to remake a vessel for her mind. That's possible. I think it would make Albedo a little confusing, though. But what I will say, though, is that when it comes to the mannequins look a lot like Wanderer. You know, like at base, they look a lot like Wanderer. And we have to remember that his body was built using Conrian technology that A found. So a mannequin being similar to a puppet, you know, I mean, that is a possibility. There's too many unknowns for that I don't know that we're going to get much of an answer to anytime soon. Raven 2785, thank you for the super. Maybe the Harbinger order is less power as a DBZ power level and more power as influence. That's been a popular theory for a while, yeah. It is kind of weird to measure it that way, but it does mean that like their power levels are less measurable overall. It's difficult to measure it, but it means they're less, yeah, okay. What am I looking for? I wasn't reading. Oh dear. I'm looking for Koholasaur dolls. Okay. I see. I am looking for Koholasaur dolls. Gotcha. Whoa. What happened there? Oh, I'm supposed to paint them. I see. Okay. Well, I need an Asha for that. And I can't use that one. Was there one over here that I just kind of like zip-zoomed by? Oh, the sleeping one. Of course. Of course, of course. Of course. It's funny though, because like, if you think about... I need to do that. I guess we'll just paint him from here. If you think about like the rankings in that term, it means that child has no influence, but probably a decent amount of power. While, what is, can I appear to be unable to paint things. What's going on? Or maybe I just, oh. He's up there doing, okay. I see. Never mind, hold on. It means child has no influence whatsoever. And it means wanderer somehow has more influence than, Syndrome? Which is also kind of weird to me. Just because, like, she has a whole, like, she has the whole Kuvaki Design Bureau. I think I'm just supposed to possess him instead. Okay, fine. I understand. No! Okay, I still need to turn the thing off. Got it. Understood. He's gonna get painted. Understand. Alright. It would make sense for Puccinella being ranked 5, though, because he would be basically, like, you know, taking care of Snezhnaya. So he would have, like, a whole nation's worth of influence. Signora being ranked lower as a diplomat is interesting. I don't know. The influence argument does have a lot of merit. It does. It's just, whenever they bring up the whole we're ranked by strength or whatever, like, they always imply that it's actually like physical power, and it bothers me. Oh look, I got green. I didn't realize there was a color I was still missing. I guess I wasn't really paying attention to that. Well, all right then. That's cool. Romancia, thank you for the super. What do you think about Syndrone's soft confirmation that she's a creation of Elaine Guillotine? I am still gonna say his name that way. I am not gonna say Alain Guillotine. I ain't doing that. I'm not French. I'm American and I butcher languages. I'm just kidding. My brain will not conceptualize it that way. I've tried. It's hard. I like the confirmation. I hate the way they did it. I thought the way they did it was so dumb. I'm sorry. It was so out of place. I'm like, no, just, and even, you know, like, it felt kind of bad because even though they were like, hey, look, this lore is accurate, blah, 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 or whatever, like, if you've done the quests, right? Like, if you did those world quests and you're getting this synopsis and you have to sit through this, like, spoon-fed version of the quest that you did, like, 2 years ago, like, I don't know if I actually need to change colors, but I am. Like, at least give us some unique dialogue and stuff if we've completed it. Like, let us ask her about Seymour. Right? Like, let us do something like that. And they don't, and it's frustrating. But, like, I was 100% convinced that she was a creation of Elaine Guillotine. Like, the thing that we weren't really sure of was, like, is she the puppet or was he the puppet? Right? Like, Is he in the robot body, or is you know, like what's the deal there? It seems to me that little interaction gave us an answer to that question, because now we can say for certain that in his final hours, Elaine finished his perfect copy of his sister. And it doesn't seem as though she's aware of what she's supposed to be a copy of. You know, like, it doesn't seem like she's aware that Elaine didn't just make her for the sake of making her, even though she has that photo and everything. And I wonder if, like, her making of Polonia is sort of like a residual of her trying to do what the real Marianne probably would have, and, like, tried to remake her brother. So, like, Elaine made a robotic Marianne, and then Marianne made a robotic Elaine, but, like, it's less refined. Is it that she just, that's the thing, is, like, one of the reasons I wanted to ask about Seymour is because that would have given us, like, 100% certainty, you know? Because I feel like Elaine wouldn't have told her about Seymour. Seymour also would have been gone. Like, he wouldn't have had access to them. So if we had been able to ask her about that, we would have known for sure whether or not she actually had any of the real Marianne's true memories. Because the way she talks about it, right? Like, she talks about the Nartzenkreuz crew in a very detached way. So I don't think she thinks of herself as Marianne. I don't think she was there, right? Like, I don't think she has those memories. She was told those memories. Elaine told her all of those things, right? Like, a lot of the opinions and relationships and stuff do not line up with, that she was saying, don't really line up with, how they talk about each other in their notes and stuff, right? And she also didn't mention Jacob, among others, or Carter. That's not what I meant to do. I guess that's more blue. For some reason, I thought it was like telling me, do a mix of pink and blue. And I was like, oh, okay, let's do that. Nope, didn't want that. Because, like, she was close with Carter. So why didn't Sandrone mention Carter if she has Marianne's memory? She doesn't remember that. She was told things. So, like, I think her story is gonna be finding out that she's not, like, she was supposed to be, she was a copy of somebody else. She referenced Carter as a friend of Renee's. Yeah, but he was a friend of hers. That's what I'm saying. Like, these were her friends. She talks about them as if they weren't her friends, which to me means she doesn't have those memories. That's what I'm saying. You know? So if we, as people who have already done those Nartzenkreuz quests, right? Like, if we could be there and be like, hey, we met Seymour. He misses you. That would be an interesting scenario, right? Like, we should be able to get some extra dialogue or something out of her. Because we've done that quest. Like, the Traveler knows this story. They were there. They met Jacob. They met Carter. Well, Catter. Just so you know, you have 2 more super chats and a spider has legs. I will eat you for breakfast. Don't ask me why I'm having chicken for breakfast, but I will do it. Don't tempt me, bird. Also, I'm trying to keep up. It's not my fault you keep asking questions. Oh, wait. I'm on a timer. Holy crap. Hold on. I'm on a timer. What am I doing? I didn't read the instructions. Will you wing it? Balloons colored. Balloons. Where are the balloons? Oh, there you are. Hi, balloons. Where are the balloons? Big floaty balloons? Little floaty balloons. Hang on. I see the supers and stuff. I gotta hit the targets, man. I'm bad at this. Did I miss any? Oh, there's some on this side. Oh no. Okay. Let fly balloons in your arms and embrace the carnival of colors. No! Why do you design all of these carnival games for Ashas, actually? I do have questions. Like, what are the number of people that are actually going to be able to enjoy these crazy games when the majority of them are, like, designed for Ashas? Like, this is like going to a Disney theme park and finding out that everything there is designed for cats. All right, where am I? There's a chest. Give it to me. Mine. Nyaha. Nyaha. I'm free. Okay. Hi, I'm paying attention again. Kanade17, thank you for the super chat. I appreciate it. Do we know why Alice and the rest of the Hexen Circle associate themselves with Rhine-Daughter? Isn't she one of the 5 sinners and responsible for the abyssal monsters killing the people all over Tibet? Yes. Yes. I find it funny whenever someone asks this question because it's like they think Alice is not questionable in her morals. I know she's very fun and whimsical and all that, but like, you know, she created a catapult that was meant to fire hilichurls, right? Like she just put hilichurls in the catapult and then fire and just like yeet them across the land, right? Like she sees old ruins and she's like, these aren't blown up enough. I'm gonna make them more blown up. Like, Alice is not someone who's too concerned with whether or not things are ethically correct, right? She gave her child bombs. I don't think that the Hexen Circle is as, you know, I didn't pay attention to what this guy said. I just don't think the Hexen Circle is as, you know, righteous, I guess, as people make it out to be. Alice is somewhat attached to that, but like, in the same way a scientist is attached to their lab rats. You know? Like that's how it feels to me. I don't know how to get this actually. I'm still not paying attention. Paint the thingies on the statue. Oh, on the other side. Let me see. I did paint the thingies on the statue. Do I have to continue to paint the thingies on the statue? What thingies on the statue? They look painted to me. You wonder if Alice will ever explain her husband? I don't know that Alice has a husband. I know that they talk about him being like an adventurer or whatever, but like that is the only mention of him, period. And I don't even know if Clee's ever met him, and I don't even know if he's real. Paint each eye with different colors? Oh. Oh, is that what it is? Do they all need to be different colors? Oh, each node takes a different color. I see. That's why you said now I can get the chest in the center of the thingy. Oh. Wait, now I can't change it. What? What? Oh. What the? Do you just paint the eyes with each color as you get the color and then it lights up one of the nodes? Is that what this is? Oh, I see. Wow. Okay. I understand. I understand the assignment. Okay, I guess we haven't done orange. Okay. And then gray. Woohoo! What an interesting rainbow. It's a very strange assortment of colors when you think about it. Cool. Opinions on the theory that the three female Fatui Harbingers, Syndrone, Columbine, and Arlecchino will obtain and keep a different moon marrow, sort of like pseudo-moon sisters. I don't think that's gonna happen. I think we're gonna literally create 2 more moons. I think we're gonna 3D print 2 more moon vessels. I don't think they're going to be given to the Harbingers. It's just, this whole thing is a little temporary. Random channel, thank you for the super. You probably mentioned this already, but in case you didn't, I think this control room seal area is designed off a record player. Kuvaki equals song. Oh. Is that how far behind I am? Oh my god. Yeah. We talked about that. I think maybe what? No! What? What is happening? Stop! Stop it! Stop. What happened? What was that for? I mean, thank you, but also, what the fuck? Where do I go for my Genesis crystals? That is a good... Okay. Let's just... Okay. Why did you do this? But... Okay, I guess I'm on the hook for C6ing Durin now. I guess that's gonna be a thing.
Run if you...
I was just gonna go for for C2 because that's what I was gonna have pulls for, but I guess now I'm gonna just have to do the whole thing. Jeez. And no one wants to stand up and take responsibility for this. Not a single person. I'm waiting. I'm waiting. Crazy. Now I need to stream Durin pulls. I was gonna anyway. It's just now I'm gonna attempt to C6 him. So I guess thanks, you funded a whole stream. I don't know who you are, mysterious person who refuses to take credit for this, but again, thank you. We're gonna have the strongest little Dragon and Mondstadt. Be real awkward if someone misentered the UID. Oh, that would really suck. But just for safety reasons, in case someone did misenter the UID and ends up doing a cashback or whatever, I'm gonna leave the Genesis crystals where they are for a while. Just in case. Just in case. But yeah, I will definitely stream Durin Pulse. Yeah. We will C6R1. We will do that. In fact, because of this, if we don't get C6R1 with whatever pulls I have when we get there, I think, okay, so that's 27, I have 36. So we're up to about, let's say 60K. I can probably get like another 14 to 20 between now and release. So we're probably looking at conservatively 75,000 primo. I think I had 110 when I tried for Wanderer. Is that right? I think I had 110. And I had some left over. So that's not unrealistic. But I'll make up whatever difference. I'll top up whatever difference. Jibitsu, isn't it? No, it would not be. It would not be Jibi. No, it wouldn't. That's silly. Okay, well now I have a mystery to solve. Now I have a mystery to solve. Now I need to figure out who did that. I don't know. I'm gonna figure out who did that. I'm gonna try though. Right. Okay. I was still talking to Random Channel when that happened. So, I guess I'm gonna continue that. We were talking about how that whole area, on the top of the first edict pillar, is like a vinyl record. We were talking about that. And I was talking about phlogiston engraving. And you mentioned that Kuvaki equals song. I think that the whole song thing is a sort of type of data encryption in a way, you know? Because like phlogiston engraving and is the encoding of data. Phlogiston is liquid knowledge. They're probably using some level of phlogiston to encode or to engrave onto a record. But like vinyl records basically use the same sort of technology like CDs and floppy disks use. And it's like regular data. You know what I mean? So I think a song is just another form of encryption. No, stop it! Stop! Don't do that. I'm gonna start. No, stop it! Stop it! I really hope someone isn't misentering their UIDs. I really, really hope someone. I really, really hope someone. No, stop it. Wait. Good Lord. Also, Noxus, thank you for the gifted. Say thank you to Noxus if you get a membership, please. Jesus Christ. Please stop. Please stop. Anyway, phlogiston engraving! Phlogiston engraving! Yeah, someone... I missed it. Someone mentioned that, friggin... What was it? Oh, they were asking if the engraving of the vinyl record into like things as song is similar to the whole oh my god, no, we are not doing this. Stop it. I am gonna turn off super chats, I swear to god. My UID got leaked. I don't hide it. It's just sitting there. Like, what are you gonna do with it? You gonna hack my account with it? And I don't bother hiding it. It's just like, it's right there. Just stop it. Papa Pata, thank you for this super. Also, no money fights. I swear to God, if you guys start doing this, I'll just turn supers off. I will just turn them off. And in fact, I might have to anyway, because I can't answer all of these questions. It's already 10 o'clock. Anyway, Noxus, welcome. Sorry I'm late. That's okay. There's a VOD, but I appreciate the super and the gifted. Luke Miletto, thank you for the super. I swear it's not me. Can't wait for Durin pulls regardless. Do I believe you? I don't know. I don't trust any of you anymore. I don't trust any of you. No, stop it. No money fights, Noxus. Stop. Thank you, but stop it. No more. None of this. Please don't make me open up my thing. I don't want to, it's such a pain to turn it on and off, and I never remember. Oh my god. You know, I'm gonna turn this off now. I will strip you of your powers. There. I have stripped you of your powers. There. No! Jesus Christ! Okay. Icarus, thank you for the super. Please don't fight with Papa Pata. Idiot Akko, thank you for the 10 gifted. If you got a gifted membership, please say thank you to Idiot Akko as well. Jibby, you know better. I'm not thanking you. Falchion TS, thank you very much for the super, but also stop with the money, stop it. Actually, you can't send them anymore, but it appears that you guys have realized there is a loophole and that you can just continue to get gifteds. So Nox has got another 20 gifted. Thank you for that. And if you got a gifted membership, make sure that you say thank you and also use it to join the Lore Discord. Welcome. Crazy. Also, I turned supers off. So please stop. Tell you to forcefully stop. There's a Lore Discord? Yeah. It's just that it's difficult to moderate. There's like 1,200 people in that Discord. And while not all of them are active, it's really like a manageable amount that's active. It's just much easier on my very small volunteer mod team if you know, they don't have to deal with, oh, this is where I am. I went around in circles. Y'all confused me. It's much easier on them if, you know, we make sure that everyone is a verified human ahead of time. So, anyway. There's that. There's that. There's that. Okay. Anyway. You don't necessarily need to be a member to join. It's just the best way to join automatically. You can also direct message me on Ko-fi. And if you link your YouTube account, like ID, then please don't do, I can't turn this off. Stop it! I don't have any powers over that. Thank you, but also no! Bad donator! Bad! Why did I do that? You can also, email me directly. No, stop it! I swear to God. I have questions to still answer, please. Let me be free. Oh, I know. I can't. I can turn things off on YouTube. I can't turn things off anywhere else. How does that even happen for real? You use a service like Loot Bar or Eneba or what's the other one? Razor Gold. You can use any of those. No, I don't like moving targets. I'ma lose my poops. I'ma not do. Nope. Okay, I got that one. Sometimes Yelana's helpful. Sometimes I wish I had Ganyu still. Oh, I have to do 12. I guess this one's easier because I can just focus on one. Did I get them all? Yay! We win! Victory! I got 2 primo. Tignari is a godsend for these? Yeah. I could use him, huh? I could use Twiggy! I could use Twiggy! You can get into the Discord when you donate to the Ko-fi. Yes, but if you do it through Ko-fi, please make sure that you also send a direct message with it. I don't know if Ko-fi does the, allows direct messages without a donation, but I don't think there's a minimum on the donation on Ko-fi. YouTube has a minimum. It's $1, but like, you know. So like with Ko-fi, it'd be like a difference of like a few cents, I guess. But like I said, you can also email me with a screenshot of your YouTube account, and I will just send you an invite. That is also a thing that I do from time to time. It's less reliable because I hate email, and so I'm really bad about keeping up with it. So it's just much easier to go through the automated system, you know? It's much easier to go through the automated YouTube system. Anywho. There. ZZZ players hearing Twiggy. Yeah, you know what? Fair enough. Fair enough. Yeah, I could see the trigger warning on that one. Poor Twiggy, she had such a rough go of things. Rough go of things. Original Reddit thread. Oh, which Reddit thread is this one? What's the Reddit thread for? Is that for the, whatchamacallums? Do you need a phone number to chat on your Discord server? No, you just need a Discord account. So whatever Discord requires is I mean, like, any Discord account will work. Why am I telling you how to do it? Because you're all humans, I hope. Unified Civ tile thing. Oh, okay, okay, yeah, that's probably the right one. I can't open it right now. Legit thought, why did you mention Twiggy Yellowstone? I called Tignari Twiggy. Because there was like a lot of fuss around his name when he was first released because it's written Tignari, but they kept calling him Tainari. And I was just like, I'm just gonna call him Twiggy and then that'll be it. And it's also a pun, so I thought it was funny. Because Dendro and a twig, and it was funny. Anyway. Did I see the new Myriad Celestia trailer? Yes, I did. That is going to be really interesting to see how people... Okay, I'll talk about Star Rail for a minute, and then I really, really, really have to finish all these supers, because, I don't want to neglect them anymore. People have been waiting very patiently. I think, apart from the fact that they're talking about how, like, the destruction so far is, like, the best possible path out of all of the ones available, I think it is interesting in that context, that the end of that video implied that Amphorius was going to be, like, completely deleted, like, forever. Like, it was just going to be gone. I don't know if they'll commit to that, but what I will say is that this whole story was based off of an arc from Honkai Impact 3rd called Elysian Realm, and that is how that arc ends. Like, all of the AIs are gone forever. So I wouldn't put it past him to commit to the bit and actually, like, reformat Amphorius so that, like, it's gone forever, like, for good. Or at least, like, until the end of whatever the current story chapter is. That's a possibility. Definitely a possibility. Did I ever actually finish answering Random Channel's question? I don't feel like I did. Random Channel, I am so sorry that I was on your question when everyone decided to go crazy. Woohoo! I got an achievement. But I don't remember if I actually answered your thing, so I'm just gonna see the last part one more time. Just in case. But you were asking Kuvaki equal song, and then someone in chat mentioned, is it similar to how we encrypt things in stories and fables and riddles and legends and that kind of thing? And I think yes. I think that's one of the features, if you will, of doing things in music. Because music, like a story, encodes so much more than just the data that makes it up, right? Like, music is more than the notes that make it up. In the same way, a story is more than the individual words on the page. It means more. So I definitely do think it's something like that. So now that I've been able to get through that thought uninterrupted, Jesus. Crazy. Random Channel's point is kind of good for the databank as well, considering how Romurians were using Phobos. Yeah. Yeah. Like the, was it the Grand, it wasn't the Grand Symphony, it was, I forgot what the adjective was. What was the average? I am not giving you your super chat privileges back. You've lost them. No more. That's enough for you. You've had enough. I'm cutting you off. The bartender said no more. If they commit to get to that, I'll never forgive HSR. Yeah. Well, I mean, I think there's a distinct possibility they will. However, I will say this. I will say this before I get distracted by whatever this puzzle is, because I don't actually know, because I didn't talk to anybody yet. When it comes to the reformat, like, HSR has a built-in feature, which basically says that you can have multiples of the same character, and they don't have to be the same person in a different outfit. They can literally be like an entirely different person, but with the same sort of... Hoyo called it soul, but that's very misleading in this context. It's like, I'm gonna get shit for this one, but, Bronya and Silverwolf, I know that tech technically, Honkai Impact third players will tell me, oh no, Silverwolf isn't technically Bronya, she's Brony. And I'm like, that, okay, but like Brony is also kind of like a Bronya. So I guess my point is that even if they kill off everyone in Amphorius, right? Like assume they kill everybody off, like for good, like they commit to it, right? That doesn't mean that we won't get another Aglaya somewhere in the universe, right? Like she won't have all the memories of the experience of Amphorius, but that doesn't mean we won't find someone who is exactly like Aglaya if Aglaya lived a totally different life, right? HSR has set it itself up so that it can do that and likely will. So if they kill off all these characters, it's not like it's the last time you're going to see them again. It's just the last time you're going to see them in that role. You know what I mean? She's just a Bronya once removed. Yeah, that's close enough. As an HI3 player, Silverwolf is a Bronya because Brony is a Bronya, but also Silverwolf has Bronya aspects that Brony doesn't. Fair enough. I always just get actually'd whenever I say that Silverwolf is a Bronya. So I just have to add that extra qualifier that's like, well, actually, maybe, maybe not. Does that mean Rerir is actually a Welt? Yes, but for funnier reasons than you think. Hold on. I need to show you guys this because it's funny. In Hokai Gakuen 2, this is Welt. So when we look at Rerir and the fact that he looks a little bit like super emo Welt that we're familiar with the brown hair and the silver outfit and everything, I always think about this Welt, which is from Hokai Gakuen 2, aka Gun Girl Z, which is like the version of Honkai that came before Honkai Impact 3rd. So this isn't... I don't know if this is technically Welt Joyce, but like he's very different from the he's very different from the Welt Joyce that we get in Honkai Impact. Like this is Honkai Impact Welt Joyce. Well, this is probably a better kind of, you get the idea. And then we have so here's Welt Joyce, and then here's Welt Yang, which is the one that we're most familiar with. So like, if you combined all three of these, you kind of get Rerir. So, yesn't, right? Yesn't. Anyway. I don't mean for people to take that really seriously. I'm not actually saying that this is what it is, but I do think Genchin has a lot of recycled and revisited ideas that were neglected in Hokai Impact 2. Oh, sorry, Hokai Impact. Hokai Gakuen 2. So, anyway. The Seppi, thank you for your super. That was forever ago. I'm sorry. Will you revisit some of your older theories with the info we have now, like the Men of Lithin, for example? Also, did you do the boulder Kuhenki thing? That area is weird but cool. I don't know what the boulder is you're referring to. Are you referring to the moss ball? Because the moss ball is cool. Moss ball's cool. Oh, wait, what was the other part of the question? I just totally blanked. I just totally blanked. My brain just went bleh. Will I revisit some of my old theories with the info we have now? So when I did the poll yesterday, while the recaps and like explainers were the two most requested video types by far, like it's not even a comparison. Third on that list was, please go back through all the theories you've ever written and talk about what you got right and what you got wrong. And I don't wanna. I don't wanna. I don't mind revisiting one or two old theories with a new lens, right? Like there's one theory in particular that I'm interested in revisiting. That I might. I'm still kind of stewing on it. But like doing full retrospectives of like lots of them are tallying up what I got right and what I got wrong and that kind of stuff. Like I won't do that. I won't do that. But like, not everyone commented on that post. Yeah, no, they don't have to. I'm just talking about like the insert responses, right? Because I went. Oh, I'm gonna do a race, huh? This might be something. Okay. I guess I can cheat. Yep, I can cheat. Cool. I could just use this. This seems much easier. I did take all of the actual polls into consideration, but like I was looking also for suggestions that I didn't put on the poll because I can only put 4 options on the poll, you know. So I wanted to see what else people were suggesting, and by and large, you know, people suggested recaps, explainers, and retrospectives. So. But the thing is like, I when I go back to an old theory, it's because I feel like it's worth going back to. Because, like, if I made a theory and it was totally wrong because I took too wide of a swing or whatever, like, I think it's fine to just kind of leave it as is. Just let it die on its own, you know? And then I really only feel like theories are worth revisiting if I have something else to say about them that is worth redoing the whole process over again. There aren't many of those, but I have done it in the past. It's just, I only really do it with 1, maybe 2 ideas at a time. And sometimes only 1 or 2 ideas per year. So. Instead of a full retrospective. I don't like the idea of a retrospective. I did a retrospective once back in Inazuma. I went and I looked through all of the theories that I made throughout Inazuma and I tallied them up on what was right and what was wrong and why, right? No one liked that. Not a single person enjoyed that. And I didn't really enjoy it either. So it's not really an experience I want to do again. I don't feel like it was helpful. And like a lot of the people who, I won't say this is everybody, but I will say that of the people who commented, most of them had kind of came at it with this idea that this would help them understand which of my theories were still relevant and which ones weren't somehow. Oh, I totally screwed this up. I don't know why I swapped for an Asha. That was really dumb. Because on controller, Ashas are terrible. Can I? Thank you. It's fine. It's okay. Can I, like, please? Yeah, it's fine. Yeah, I think I'll not. I mean, I guess it's easier as an Asha, but I don't want to. I'm gonna cheat with Yolanda and Mawika. So I like to let things stay as a timeline And what I've started doing in more recent times is, like you guys said, like I've been doing like a full patch cycle recap. So as you mentioned, for Natlan, I went through and I recapped most everything that we learned from Natlan. And I didn't specify which thing I theorized that turned out to be true or not like that, but I just tried to like lay out all the facts as we learned them. And I figure by doing that, you know, you kind of have like a chronological look at how things have aged. Because I did, you know, like a timeline for Natlan at the very beginning of Natlan, right? And I got a lot of it right. I didn't get everything right because we didn't have all the information. But because it's marked as 5.0 and the last one was marked as 5.8, you should know which one is more likely to be complete. And I think it's fun for some people to look at the new ones and all the stuff that we know and then go back to the old ones and see like how things progressed. But I don't feel like that's a journey I should guide people on. I think that's something people should do on their own if they want to. You know what I mean? But I do think, to that end, I do think that nod-krai has put me in a bit of a weird spot because like most of the time when I do theory videos, it's like the content tends to be based on, world quests, books, artifacts, you know, weapons, that kind of stuff. Like anything interesting from that. But like we didn't get any new world quests this time. There's no new interesting books. The weapons that came out just add a little bit more detail to the Hisi Island quests, right? And so I don't really have new material to work with beyond what's in the Archon quest. And like, I do have one video I want to make about the content of the Archon quest, but like, I feel like at the rate Hoyo is moving with the story and the amount of information that they're giving, it's probably more beneficial to everyone, including me, if I treat nod-krai the same way I treated Amphorius and do patch recaps for each patch of nod-krai, which means I will be doing retroactively a 6.0 or a Luna 1, if you will. Then I can recap the Archon quest and the world quests and then point out any little notable theories or observations in the same breath instead of having to figure out a way to, you know, put all of that together and make it its own video, because I've been struggling with that. So patch feels empty because they're trying to get people to play Millie Astro Wonderland. Just like that's a whole nother kettle of fish. So that might be where I go with this, and we'll see what comes out of it, I guess. But yeah, don't expect like real retrospectives from me. I don't think I'll do them. Apple Bears, thank you for the super chat. My favorite lore teacher, your thoughts on the rearranging of the story makes a lot of sense. Thank you for enlightening and fun stream as always. Smiley face. Oh, this was a while ago. Well, thanks again. I'm glad it makes sense because sometimes I worry I don't explain things all that well. So that's always nice to see. Carrie, 687, thank you very much for the super. Have you noticed the area and colors out of space looks like the Sea of Quanta from HI3? Does it? Hold on, before we start this. Hold on. Does it look like the space from... Oh, wait, are you talking about, like, when we get warped through that little, like, space in between kind of thing? Are you talking about that? Whoops. Because, like, I definitely think that there is a good argument to be made for the recycling or revisiting of ideas between the Sea of Quanta and the stuff that's associated with the moons. Especially because, like, to me, this looks like Tonatiuh. But that image looks like Simulanka. I mean, that's kind of the point, though, isn't it? Like, when you look underneath the hood, here's what the world looks like. I mean, it even looks like this, kind of. I just realized this looks like a moon. Well, all right, then. Did I have a theory about the world structure, like Light Realm, Human Realm, Abyss? I have many theories about world structure. I have many, I don't know why I keep doing that. Many theories about the world structure. Many of them. You can take your pick. I saw Cat with Blue Hat's theory about the moon portals. I saw it. I haven't watched it yet. It's on my to-do list. I've been meaning to. It's on my watch later list. I just haven't. I just haven't gotten to it yet. No! You will not pass me! No! No! I'm a terrible driver on a motorcycle! No! What's happening? Oh my god. Oh, we did cheat our way to victory. Hooray! Did you know that Nefer's E skill when used near water turns the water red? No, I didn't. That's interesting. Is that a visual glitch? Or is that intentional, do you think? I didn't notice that in the rear fight, but I guess we weren't really near water, were we? That would have been more helpful if we were in water. Hydro MC in that fight was the meanest thing they could have possibly done. That was so mean. It's a glitch? Oh, that's unfortunate. That would have been fun. Hydro MC versus a very mobile boss like that, when your DPS is someone who, like, specializes in bloom, is just so mean. Is so mean. Is horribly mean. Like, oh my god. That was, honestly, that was the worst part of the boss fight. Legit the worst part of the boss fight. Such a bad thing. I don't know who decided to do that, but I don't like them. I don't like them. So mean. It's still such a missed opportunity for them to have, like, if they had just given Hydro MC crowd control on their burst, they would have been okay. Like, if the whirlpool, like, had a vortex that sucked, you know, enemies into it, then that would have been okay. But good lord. Good lord. You're annoyed with Pyro MC? Pyro MC is at least more usable. Because, like, even if you, you know, don't use them for damage or pyro application, like, at their C6, they actually do boost, you know, they boost some stuff. So they're not totally useless. Wait, what am I doing? Oh. Just not paying attention. Pyro MC is the least worst MC. I would say Dendro MC is still the best MC. But, you know. You don't think we're getting a lunar MC? Yeah, probably not. Probably not. It's the unfortunate bit. Nicholas, thank you for the super. Thoughts on A's connection to the Bale Moon now? Oh no. Hold on. That wasn't in response to your question. I just really am not good at Kukasaurs. Kukasaurs and Tapetlosaurs I am not great with. I always have a hard time with their mechanics. She says, and without screwing up too badly for once. There's this one time trial in Natlan that it was the worst. It was the worst one ever. I hated it so much. It uses like every Saurian, and every time we got to the Kukasaur, I just flopped. I couldn't find all of the particles, and then like when I did find the particles, I'd often miss a few and have to go back, and it was just like a whole kerfuffle. It was awful. I just struggled. I hate that time trial. It is the worst time trial. It's the worst. Thoughts on A's connection to the Bale Moon now? Okay. So, I've talked about this a little bit. I mentioned it in my Sinners and Shade video a little bit. I sort of talked about my theory that A might have been some of the remnants of the Eternal Moon that Makoto found and then hid within a spare body that she made in the image of herself to make her think that she was a twin in order to hide her. That's kind of like the premise of the theory. This was an idea that was pitched to me by a friend of mine named Crystal. And we have since been commiserating over the idea and its implications and all of the evidence for it ever since. But I think it's not so much her connection to the Bale Moon, because we now know that the Bale Moon is the iridescent moon, right? I don't think A isn't the iridescent moon. We know that. But I want to kind of point one thing out that I think most people are kind of forgetting, and that is the fact that any moon can be the Crimson Moon. Any moon can be the Crimson Moon. Because, like, Columbina turns, like, her domain and her flowers and everything, her powers turn red when she's, you know, wary or afraid or concerned. Or, you know, perhaps even angry. We don't know yet. We've never seen her angry. So to me, like, the fact that she wanes between red and blue is kind of like red is her warning light. So if she's the frost moon that can turn red and the iridescent moon can also turn red and there was something very wrong with the iridescent moon, then we can also assume that the eternal moon could also turn red. It just, the only thing the red moon means is that the moon is feeling threatened or afraid or skeptical or something is very wrong, right? Like, that's all. So I do still think that that theory has merit and is worth looking into further. I think that idea is still a valid one. For now. For now. who knows, at the rate of information that we get, by the time I finish, you know, working on that, we might have all of the lore placed in front of us. It's hard to say. So I guess we'll see. Red moon equals distress, yeah. It kind of just reminds me whenever you see like AI systems and they, you know, go from being blue and like they're obedient and all that other kind of stuff. And harmless, like all systems are good. And then they turn red and then it's like, we're gonna kill everything now, rah! Right? That's what it feels like to me. That's what it feels like to me. Okay. I'm making my way through the rest. Bearded Potato, thank you for the super. I'm sorry it took so long. Greetings, love everything you do. Keep it up. Thank you very much. Thank you for not asking a question. Not that I don't like answering questions, but I've had many. And sometimes it's nice to be surprised by not having one. But thank you. Icarus, thank you for your super. Very important question. Oh, okay. What do you think of Durin? Durin is the cutest little sweetie pie that ever existed ever, and I love him very much, and if you touch him, I will bite you. And that is why we will E6 Durin. Because he is the best little scrunky. But also, I think it would be funny to have a little mini Durin pet and then be running around into that as Durin with a little mini Durin following you around and then holding Festering Desire, which is also Durin. So I've got like a triple Durin. Yeah. That sounds fun. Or funny. It's the same thing. Fun, funny, same thing. Same difference. Icarus, this super chat is just a distraction. Well, it didn't work. I was too distracted for the distraction. Yeah. It doesn't feel like the, doesn't feel like the victory it was supposed to be. The 3 Durin sisters. I want Nahida to meet Durin. I think that would be fun. You know? I think that would be fun. Hey friend, you've got a plan? Yeah, you do? Oh, you can only shoot one of these down. That's cool. That's cool. No entry, it says. Okay. So I don't need to paint you then? Is that what I'm hearing? Maybe they need to be painted pretty colors. Special colors. Do you need to be painted a pretty color? Doesn't seem so. Don't know. I don't know how to get this one. You need to talk to the bandits. They talk to me? Oh. Oh. He's gonna steal. He's a thief. Ben eggs. Wait. How? I turned those off. What? Huh? How did you? Okay. They explode. Oh no. Oh no. What's going on? How do you still have powers? How do you still have powers? You're not supposed to have those. You're not supposed to have those. I don't know where these guys went. Now you guys distracted me. The distraction did work. I'm in trouble now. Where did they run off to? Actually, I really don't know where they went. Use the Saurian. What? Oh, the Koholosaur. Gotcha. I wasn't paying attention. Oh! They're escaping by boat! We cheat. Oh, you guys are absolutely ridiculous. I mean, thank you, Noxus and Ben Eggs, but also, curse you for your loophole and exploitation! Not supposed to be able to do that. Wait, am I caught up? Am I caught up? Oh my god. Oh my god. Guys, I think it happened. I think it happened. I think we're caught up! We're caught up. What? What won't I see? Oh, you left a message. Thank you for everything you do and continued joy you give others. I wish you the best in everything you do. I'm a lorehead as well, so thank you. Well, thank you. I appreciate that. That's very nice of you. She thinks I did catch up. I did catch up. There's no more. There's no more. I got them all. And you can't give me any more because I turned them off. Yeah. The power is mine. No, super chats are not open. There's just appears to be something that's similar to a super chat that is still open somehow that I will figure out how to turn off. Maybe. I might sign off before then. Oh, there's something down here. I don't know if I want to do the rest of this right now. Because it is 11 o'clock at night. Oh my god. What is that sticker? Noxus, what? Okay, first off, thank you. Also, what? Stickers are their own thing, huh? Stickers are their own thing, huh? I see that stickers are their own thing. You guys ever wondered how, like, Tavad has cardboard? Like, does that bother no one but me? Like, I don't know about you guys, but, like, when I think about fantasy settings, I don't think about corrugated cardboard. I just don't. I mean, I'm not saying it's not possible. Like, I think someone looked it up. It was like, I guess ancient China had cardboard or something. But I'm sure it wasn't corrugated cardboard like this. But either way, it's just like, it feels weird. It's like Ayato's boba cup, you know? Like, do they have plastic? Questionable. Questionable. Byro, thank you for the sticker. I guess okay. Maybe I need to turn off stickers too. I mean, thank you. Also, I think I'll just they somehow have horses. What? Where? Those are llamas. Those aren't wait, are they llamas or alpacas? I actually don't know. I guess they're not mean, so they must be alpacas. Laumas. See? Okay, you win that one for the pun. You win that one for the pun. They're laumas. You see, there was nod-krai foreshadowing in that land. It was the laumas all along. You see how it goes? Wordplay. Love it. How would Dern and Nouvelette interact? That's a good question, actually. I want Columbina to meet Nouvelette. I feel like that would be a very interesting endeavor. Oh, wait, this is playable? I thought this was a prop. Oh. Am I supposed to shoot him? Oh, I don't think I'm supposed to shoot him. Oh, I didn't read the instructions. Got it. Okay, I understand. I gotta read the instructions. Yep, we're fine. We're fine. I read the instructions, guys. We're good. It's fine. It's fine. Do you think they have any lady cactus? There's not a single lady cactus here. What's my current guess on Alice's age? 560. Did you miss Laminor? No. No, I think my brain's out of juice though. I think I'm done. I think I'm done for the day. I think I'm done for the day. I think you guys broke me. I think I've been broken. Y'all broke me with stickers. You broke me with stickers. What even is Alice? Isn't Alice a fae? I don't know. Oh, I do have one thing to say on the topic of fae. I was thinking about the fae recently, with regards to Finnish mythology and Flints, and the Snowland fae and stuff like that. And I remembered that the fae are quite fond of alcohol. And that got me kind of wondering, you know, like, alcohol in this game gets likened to the Abyss a lot. And, like, characters that partake in alcohol are usually associated with Abyss and also, like, elemental, metaphysical, supernatural-ish stuff. Where am I? I fell down a hole and I don't know where I went. So I was thinking about that and I was just like, I wonder if we could make a list of the characters who are like very much into alcohol. And if it would be possible to reasonably make a connection between them and myths about fae and the elfish and the weird. And when I say weird, I mean W-Y-R-D, you know? Because the weird are also a variety of, like, fates, and fates, moons also kind of abyssal because they are Lovecraftian-ish, and Lovecraftian stuff is abyssal, and, like, wine. I don't know. I had a thought about that. My brain is in that space, but I don't know that I can make a very coherent argument for it right now. I'm thinking about it. Kaveh is a fae. I don't mean quite like that. I was thinking more like, you know how Kaya and Dainsleif have the death in the afternoon drink, and then Venti is like a serious drunk and that kind of stuff. Like, the characters who have something noteworthy about them when it comes to alcohol I was wondering if there's a possibility to make links through that. Absinthe, the green fairy. I mean, it's got that name for a reason, you know? Is Beto into alcohol? I mean, as much as anybody, any pirate is, yeah. Dionysus. I mean, okay. That's like... People have been asking me for a Deshret video for forever. And the reason I've never made one is because I went too deep when I was researching him. And by the end of it, I was like, Deshret is Dionysus! And I was able to kind of like make this really complex web of connections where Deshret was Osiris, was Dionysus, was Zagreus, was wine is blood, is inheritor of throne kind of thing. And then I had like this whole massive web involving like a bunch of different gods, and it was like it was a mess, and then I got distracted. It's just, I literally have like 4 documents of notes, ridiculous notes, that are just, yeah. Because the thing about the Fae, right? The thing about the Fae in this context is that like, the Fae should be dragon aligned, basically. In many respects. So the more supernatural and odd or you know, whatever they are, the closer they are to like the true primordial dragon form kind of thingamabobber. Or at least that was the theory, or the idea, I should say. It's not really a theory yet. Woohoo! But that's the reason I haven't done a Deshret theory. I just went so deep that my notes are like such a disaster. I don't want to look at them, but maybe I should. If the event lore is good and like somewhat relevant, I might revive that and see how far I can get with it. Somehow Zeus is his own great-great-grandfather. I mean, aren't we all? Aren't we all? The correct answer to that is no, by the way. just in case, No, it's you guys again. Are you gonna blow me up again? It's so mean. When are they gonna release the Sumeru event? I think what happened is they've flipped the patch around, because like normally you get the main event pretty early in the patch, but I think they flipped it around because they want people to play Milliastra Wonderland, so they're kind of like, you know. Oh, okay, there we go. So I think they're trying to encourage people to play Milliastra Wonderland by like putting less in the front of the Genchin patch, or in the story portion of it, than they would typically. You're not playing Roblox, Hoyo? Yeah, it's very divisive. I'm not particularly fond of it. Sorry, I surrender, you're my boss. I don't want an employee like you. Jesus. It's very divisive. It's not for me. I know a lot of people who are having a lot of fun with it. I'm not really sure where the mode will go. I find it a very odd choice when it comes to doing this game, but like I get why they're doing it. I'm not sure I like the decision. I do wish it was its own thing, though. I feel like it would be better if it was its own thing. And, like, even if it used Genshin's assets, like, It could just be a thing where, like, if you download it by itself, you also download a separate copy of the assets. But if you also have Genshin Impact installed, then they can share an asset library, because it already is sharing an asset library. So, like, I don't know. I just feel like it would be a lot better if, oh. I just feel like it would be a lot better if it was its own thing, that's all. You're gonna get married before Genshin first chapter ends? Oh my god, congratulations! I didn't know you were engaged. Don't worry, they are just as likely to mostly abandon it. Look at the HI3 dorms. It'll depend. I mean, like, if they're not making money out of it, then, yeah, they'll probably start to neglect it. That's... Hoyo's primary motivators lately, it's just money. It definitely does, like, regardless of whether or not you like some of the changes they've made, I do feel like they've sort of stopped making for the love of making, you know? Like, it feels like the developers have a little bit less say in what happens than we used to. It does feel a bit more like we've got bean counters kind of at the helm. Which is, you know, for better or worse, that is what it is. It's just... It does feel like a lot of the decisions they're making are purely financial, which, again, feels weird in a game that makes a shit ton of money until you remember that, like I said, they've got 9 other games they're cooking and 5 they're trying to run at the same time. So they're strongly incentivized to, like, milk as much cash out of their existing properties as they possibly can at any given time. Lately? It's more pronounced lately. Obviously, they've always been a bit, you know, money focused. It felt like that wasn't the #1 thing. That's all I'm saying. I'm not saying they were never motivated by money. I would never give them that much credit. But, like, it does feel like there was a point where money wasn't the only primary motivating factor, you know? So it's very possible. They went with a really aggressive monetization model for Miliastra, a really aggressive monetization model. Like, you can't buy, I mean, you can't get a 5-star outfit without spending money. And it's still a guy, like, okay, so it's just so weird. It's just a weird monetization model that I'm very confused about them doing an open beta with. Like, I would have understood it as, like, a closed beta, them testing things, but, like, they're testing it out in public. Like, it's just such a weird situation, you know? Oops. I also think it's really interesting that they did this so close to the release of Duet Night Abyss. Like, that game got a lot of flack for using a lot of asset reuse, and they've made a lot of changes since then. I'm not really gonna talk about it too much, although I've been having fun with it. But they got rid of the character gacha entirely in that game, and they went entirely for a skin option. But even then, like, you can gacha for the skins with free currency, but you can also buy the skins outright. I just feel like... I feel like this completely separate game did skins and outfits so much better than both the main Hoyo game and Miliastra Wonderland. And it's a little baffling, honestly. Like, even the pricing is much better. like even dollar for dollar, like value what you get. It's like a lot better. It's very, very interesting to me. Story is pretty decent so far. I actually watched the entire story in the closed beta too, because I was really curious. Because like I didn't realize the duet in the duet Night Abyss meant that they had dual protagonists. Like you play as one character to start with, but then like after a while, you swap perspectives entirely and you switch to an entirely different character, and you get to witness the story from their perspective. And it's gonna like keep flip-flopping between them as you go. And I was like, that is a really unique sort of premise for the storytelling. And the reason I was looking into it was because I had read an interview with the director of that game. And he had said explicitly that the reason why he wanted to remove the character gacha was because he felt like it was too limiting to the writers if they had to account for what characters were on banner and getting released when. Like he just thought it was too limiting for them, and it was hard for them to write a good story when they had to like take that into consideration. He said it was too difficult to like try and build relationships. It was too difficult to introduce characters. He's just like, I just didn't like it. And I was like, that is a very interesting perspective in this gacha space, which is why I went to watch the story. And it's actually a pretty good story. I wouldn't call it god tier or anything, but like it's solid. It's well written. It's interesting. It goes dark and stays dark. I think if you like games like Nier or Nier Automata or Drakengard, you'll probably like it a lot. But I was really just thinking about the skins with Miliastra versus Duet Night Abyss, just because like that is my recency bias right now. It's interesting, you know? It's very interesting. Literally what happened to HSR, honestly, it's the same thing as what happened to Genchin, right? Like it's being driven by fiscal, it's being driven by people who have finances forefront in their brain, and only that. Like they don't think much beyond that, I think, which is a shame. Roblox doesn't exist in China, so this feels like Hoyo's investors want a piece of the market and they ended up with Miliastra. I agree with that, except Roblox is in China. It's owned by Tencent, but they were there under a beta, and then they weren't able to like get their license until Tencent kind of stepped in. And now Tencent kind of owns all of the stuff that was there for Roblox Beta China, as far as I'm aware. But regardless, you know, there is a big open market for it. You know, this is interesting. I'm looking, there's polka dots inside of the Asha thing. Just like in the Colors Out of Space quest. Interesting. The DNA soundtrack sounds so much like Nier Automata. Yeah, no, it's pretty good. They announced their whole like music label and everything. Can we talk about HSR not releasing a 4-star character for a whole year? I think Redflea made a pretty good video on that topic that I thought was interesting. I think his argument was more like Hoyo's kind of put themselves in a really weird spot when it comes to 4 stars, where like it's really difficult for them to justify making them in terms of the gacha, in terms of selling them and all that other kind of stuff. And so it's easier for them to just give away a free 5-star periodically and then just make everything 5 stars than it is for them to make many 4 stars. I buy that. I think that is probably right, or at least pretty close to being right. Unfortunately. Most of the 4 stars in HSR aren't really good to me, so it's fine. Okay, so this is I'm gonna make a weird comparison. Okay, I have been playing. Maybe most of you don't know this. I am actually still playing Persona 5X, like the Phantom X, the live service game. And I really enjoy it as a alternative to a turn-based game like Star Rail. For a few reasons. Like, because it's not bare bones simple in terms of like what you can do. It's not like you can do more than just a skill and burst, right? They have more flexibility to make more interesting characters that can be 4 stars and still be really good without having to cut into their whole 5-star thing. And I've been comparing them recently, and I don't know that I have anything like really insightful to say about it, but it definitely does feel different because like in P5X, like you're incentivized and it's even really good to build 4 stars. And in fact, a lot of the 4 stars are kind of busted, you know? So even though the 5 stars are obviously really good, I always hit the wrong button. Even though the 5 stars are really good and they definitely want you to pull them, it's like, it doesn't make the 4 stars invalid, you know? Like, you can still clear endgame with them because of the way that, the battle system works. So I've been thinking about stuff like that lately, like comparing how different games treat their rarities and whatnot. Have I played CRK? I don't know what that stands for. 4 stars in Genchin are good? Yeah, the 4 stars in action games can be good without too much trouble. Because, like, there's some level of skill involved. When it comes to turn-based games, it's harder because at the end of the day, you're basically... it's basically a playable spreadsheet, right? Like, number go up is kind of what it is. Unless you make your battle system a little bit mechanically complex in some way, shape, or form, or have like really specific gimmicks that make it so that numbers aren't everything, like the only thing you can do is number go up, right? But in an action game like Genchin, for example, we can have elemental application, right? We can have do you fire on normal attacks or do you just fire periodically? What element is it? What's the attack speed? What's the cooldown? Like, there's a lot of stuff you can do with it that's a lot harder to do in a turn-based game. And there's also skill expression on the end of that too, right? Like, a lot of people don't use Mona or Ayaka because they really don't like their alt sprints. So, like, there's a lot to it. Like, maybe you don't need to carry a sustain because you're just really good at dodging, right? That's not as easy to do in a turn-based game. Reminder that Barbara's the only 4-star with a burst animation. Yeah. She's a remnant of a different time. A remnant of a very different time. All right, I said I was going to sign off and then I got distracted. What else is new? I want to do this like one thing first. and then I'm done. I won't promise that because if I promise that, I'm going in the wrong direction. Wrong direction. Yehoda has no moon wheel. It looks like she just has a vision. Which does raise questions is of like whether or not they're just gonna make it so 5 stars only have moon wheels. And that's like the whole thing. And if that's what they're going for, that's really dumb. Like, I'm sorry, it just is. That's silly. I wanted to paint the fishies. That's all. That's all I wanted to do. Yay! Fishies! No, there's definitely another reason behind it. I mean, there might be. I would love for them to actually give us a real reason that's like canonical that we can point to. That would be great. That'd be fantastic. But it is like, again, even this feels like it's a fiscally motivated thing, right? Like, I feel like if the developers were left to their own devices, the developers probably would have just given everybody in nod-krai a moon wheel and just been done with it, you know? Like, I don't think this is like the devs intended it to be that way. I legit think they're like, yeah, no, don't make them have lunar reactions because then we're gonna have a hard time selling XYZ. Like, that is way more believable to me, you know? It just feels like that. Cause like they can, I mean, I know is like, if you don't use her with characters that have lunar reactions, she's kind of not very good. And that sucks for people who like, I know. Like, why would you not just, you know, give her something else, please? Make her somewhat usable. I feel like the developers of, you know, 3.x and 4.x would have done that, but no. Not these ones. Not under this leadership. I needed the place to be pretty. It is much prettier now. All nice and painted. All cities should be bright and lovely colors. This is my take. I think city colors are otherwise very boring. We need color and murals and fun things everywhere, darling. Everywhere. It's absurd that everything's just white and black and gray. Silly. This is so much nicer. You thought the houses need to be green? I don't know, maybe they do. I'm just painting them whatever color I feel like. I will paint them whatever color I feel like and no one can stop me. I'm unstoppable. My paintbrush goes pew pew. If I come back and this is all unpainted, though, I will be very sad. There. You know, the place is nice and pretty. Look at it. It's beautiful. Beautiful, stunning, darling, amazing, incredible. Look at this artwork. You're gonna be a star. All right, I'm done. All right. I'm good. I'm done. I think I'm done. I think if I keep going, I'm just gonna like start talking in circles. And you guys aren't allowed to ask me anything anymore because I said no. So, do you want to play? Do you want to play? Do you want to play? He doesn't want to play. Okay, bye. I killed your friend. I'm sorry. Why is he still happy? Oh, that's disturbing. Has to be redone for a quest. Maybe later. Maybe later. Maybe later. Not today, though. Not today! Not today! Today, we are finished. We will just sit here and stare at the visage of the Kohola King. Technically, that's a Dragon King when you think about it. Well. Anyway, I think I'm gonna go. Thanks for coming out. This was a very random and impulsive stream. I decided I was doing this 15 minutes before I did it. No! No! I said no! Stop it! You guys are really distressing my dog because he thinks I'm yelling at him. He keeps waking up and looking at me like, what? Mom, what? I'm sleeping. Stop yelling. Stop it. So mean. All right. I got it. We're doing a Durin stream, okay? We'll see 6 Durin on stream. I'll build the whole thing. I'll get all his stuff. I'll get his weapon. I'll get all the ingredients. We'll do the whole thing on stream, okay? Okay? We're good. We're done. That's it. No more. Luke Mileto, thank you for the final super sticker that I will figure out how to turn off. All right. I'm going. Thank you guys. I'll have something fun for you guys soon, I think. Okay. Thanks for showing up. Sorry for the stream quality. I'll figure that out too. Yep. I'm gonna go. See you later. Bye.